You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Sunday morning and welcome. We'll say it again. We always say this. We love New York. Here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome to day number 3 of the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on fabulous, legendary Lake Champlain. What a place, and we'll show you our top 5 as it stands right now. They've been fishing for about an hour, these 50 anglers who are left after 2 days of competition. Yes, this is semifinal Sunday. We had our day 2 postponed to yesterday, thus this is day 3, and everyone's shooting for the top 10 spots in the final, which will be Championship Monday. That was the scene just about an hour ago. Takeoff time, Plattsburgh, New York, our fantastic host city. Take a look at the leaderboard. Looks very, very different from where we finished up yesterday. It's going to be a lot of changes through there. Davey Height, I mean, we've got the top. We started with the top 10 within 1.5 pounds of each other. Of course, it's going to swap around.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, we all know what a great fishery this is, but you just look at the weights up and down the leaderboard, and it just shows you it's that tight because there are so many good quality fish between 3 and 4 pounds that literally ounces separate 10 places.
Absolutely. You look at the next down the list, the 11 through 40, 4.5 pounds, 4 pounds and change, all that's separating those guys right there. Well, we're going to be with 10 of our anglers, our top 10, all day long, and we can't wait to get it started. I can tell you from experience, and Ronnie Moore will back me up on this, we have seen a catch fest here on Champlain.
Man, absolutely. And it doesn't matter which species, Tommy. Last year was dominated by smallmouth. We got inklings that largemouth would factor pre-tournament for this event. And boy, have they shown up. We've had a couple 6-pounders. We had 3 5.7s yesterday. That was the big bass. And those influential largemouth will make someone's tournament. They may fish smallmouth majority. You get one of those bites, you are head and shoulders separating yourself. And that's hard to do this week.
Yeah, that variety, that diversity right there is crowd pleasing. So is this tight competition. Look at this gorgeous day that is just dawned a few hours ago here in northern New York. The TH Marine Weather Watch, 74 degrees, just perfect, 74 tonight, 58 degrees, 40% of chance of rain. We'll have to learn more about that. It doesn't appear on the horizon as yet, but should be great conditions. There was a little leftover wind from Hurricane Debbie yesterday that caused just a little bit of lumpiness out there on the river, but it should be on the lake. It should be good, though.
If that's the live drone from during takeoff a few minutes ago, this is the best possible day you could have on Champlain, Davey Height. That is slick calm.
It absolutely is, and I think we're going to see a lot of things unfold today. Some anglers were certainly limited yesterday because of the dirty water coming into some of those places, but also those winds really hampered some of these anglers. It helped some people like Chris Zaldain.
This is earlier today. Chris Zaldain took over the lead after yesterday.
Tommy, we saw Chris Zaldain catch smallmouth almost all morning in this community hole, sharing it with other anglers. And then late day yesterday, caught 2 largemouth that really helped his day.
Chris Zaldain live now.
Yeah, a little slower through the opening there. The current isn't as strong for those smallmouth. So I'm throwing the glide bait around these wind-blown rocks, just looking for a big largemouth early. I mean, when it happens quick. You just have to throw it, you know? And honestly, if I kept this thing in my hand all day, I think I could get 5 bites on it, especially with the wind, when the sun is shining down like this. You kind of pick your targets, your little rock outcroppings, grass. You know, you just have to fish for big ones. The Carolina rig thing down the gut here, you can catch some fish, and I have caught fish this morning, but it just looks so right with this wind here.
Chris Zaldain, 13th year in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Despite his youth and enthusiasm, he has seniority in this crowd of 50 who are out here fishing today.
Yeah, and with a win, like you mentioned, in the Opens in California a few years ago, and then winning in the AOI Championship in 2015, he is still looking for a full field 4-day Elite Series title, and he is halfway to that. And this is a body of water, Tommy. We've seen him be in the top 10 from the start to the finish and just come narrowly close to winning.
Third here in 2021. This is some scenes from yesterday after he got his limit of smallmouth out there, went largemouth fishing and found success.
Where he's fishing at, the gut, those cut through places, they got rock right there. You can fish the bank. They've got some maybe grass outcroppings just off of there. he's able to fish for both species, really. You can fish in the gut where the current's flowing through, maybe smallmouth will gang up there, and then on those edges, just out of the current, that's where the big lazy largemouth will want to be, and that one smoked a glide bait. He also had another big one that he lost on a swim bait at the boat yesterday. He could have had an even bigger bag.
Oh, he claims it could have been way bigger than what it actually turned out to be yesterday, which was pretty darn good. Let's get out to Chris Johnston, moved up into our top 10 yesterday. Very, very dangerous. Up north here, of course, the first Canadian to ever win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is earlier today with Chris.
It's Johnston and Johnston right now. Corey has jumped up from 19th to first place. His brother Chris, his younger brother Chris, is right behind him in second.
Tommy, will keep an eye on Chris today, not only because he could win this tournament, but because he is one that should be feared in Angler of the Year every year. But if he's within 15 points of you going into the final event at the St. Lawrence River, with his track record there, that is a scary picture for the rest of the field trying to win Angler of the Year.
That is a great race going on. We will expand on that a little bit later. Meanwhile, Chris Johnston live.
This is not the one I was looking at. Came off the bottom. Little guy. Little guy. I'll throw him in for now, but we're not weighing him in.
Should put him in the lead ahead of his brother.
Number 3. Just need to get lucky here and get a couple 4s. They're down there. Oh, there's 2 way out there.
Sounds like the wind's picking up a little bit, but if it doesn't pick up like it did yesterday, or like it was yesterday morning, we could see the biggest smallmouth stringers, in my opinion, that we have all week without having a largemouth in there with them, because yesterday some of these anglers that fishing in this deeper water for these suspended fish, it took them a long time during the day to find where these fish had moved because of the day off and the storm and the way it had moved the bait around. But today you can tell, not only Chris and Corey Johnson, but Robert G., some of those other guys are dialed in early this morning. They had a slow start yesterday.
Chris Johnston, 18th in Progressive Angler of the Year. Last year, that was an anomaly. He's usually up there in the top 5 or 10.
This should be the cast.
Year before, he was 3rd place in 22.
So there's a fish about 45 feet away from the boat, about 35 feet deep. He's coming up to meet his bait.
Like
He's hooked up.
on there. No, 3-pounder.
We saw quite a lot of this last year, more so throughout the field than we're seeing this year, but the big difference is these fish are a lot closer to the bottom this year than they were last year. A lot of fish were caught over that 40, 50, 60 feet of water, but they were only
Not even
20, 25 feet down from the surface. A lot of the ones that these anglers are catching this year are within 10 feet of the bottom, which makes it a little easier.
2.5?
Yeah. That one going in as 2.5, not even 3 pounds for Chris Johnston. So that 3 pound, it's hard for, if you're going to be at the top, it's hard to accommodate a 3-pounder in your live well.
Yes, yeah, it's a good thing, but then also you have that risk of you catching those fish so deep. If one of them dies, you cannot cull that fish. So a lot of those anglers you hear them, I don't even know if I should even put him in there. You don't hear that very often, but it's something they have to be concerned with here.
Second-year man Will Davis of Alabama moved into the top 10 yesterday as well. This was earlier. With 2015 on day 120. Pounds and 9 ounces on day number 2. Super consistent here.
You see him jumping the first time.
Started like this yesterday morning, but we're seeing all smallmouth this morning. Yesterday, a lot of the early action was some largemouth being caught, especially Seth Fighter.
Back live with Will.
He's got the best 5 this morning, 13 pounds, 10 ounces, leading by 2 pounds.
Looks like a perch and a crawfish. This morning I'm just going to hit my main stretch down through here where I've been catching them every morning, and hope to catch a couple more good ones, and then I'm going to leave and go try to fish that big school that I found yesterday evening, and then might hit a few dots and see if we can catch a big one.
Yeah, he's just what I was referring to. Some of these anglers that just really located these bigger smallmouth yesterday afternoon because of the way they had moved, but then also it was real difficult to be able to fish for them with the trolling motor coming out of the water, which means the transducer was out of the water.
Will Davis, in his rookie year last year, kind of struggled up here. Finished down in the 80s, but boy, he has really, really upped his game. 1 year has made a big difference for him. Took a victory last year on Lay Lake in Alabama as a rookie. Another one moving up into the top 10 yesterday, Kentucky's Matt Robertson.
Made a big move yesterday.
Oh, man. Needed to. Having a tough season by his standards, which is usually he is right on up there in points. This was earlier.
Oh, it's a nice one. Oh, ain't real nice. I thought he was bigger than that whenever I first hooked him. Well, that's number 1.
Not live.
Just when we say these are all largemouth, we're watching this morning Matt Robertson catching, smallmouth. Matt Robertson catching largemouth on a jig.
Flips. He got on to me about it, so we're doing it, boat flipping them. Don't jump, calm down. Chill, dude.
Fishing largemouth.
3-6.
On the main lake, though, not in a backwater like Seth Fighter and some of the others that have targeted the largemouth this week.
I got to take a look at Chris Zaldain in the spot here where he started yesterday. Amongst the crowd. That's your Lowrance bird's eye view, which gives us a great look at the contrast in watercolor in that particular spot there, which was part of the formula.
Absolutely, and I was able to talk to Chris last night, and I've fished right where he's at, like 100,000 other people. It's no secret, but I asked Chris about that because I've never seen the water that dirty right there, and he was a little puzzled by it too. But because there's no river, you would think looking at it, maybe there's a river that's dirty feeding in there and causing that. But it's simply from all the wave action to the shoreline. That's coming off the shoreline, but that's very unusual for that area. And Chris said that a lot of anglers around, about 7-8 boats around him yesterday morning, but he was able to find the seams there and the different water clarity, and then also the current. He's hooked up there now.
Three-pounder. Three.
fishing a swim bait, a glide bait, and a Carolina rig. A little differently, he's just reeling it slow instead of dragging it and stopping it. It's just a slow reel.
Loughran had to work even harder yesterday, stay on this spot and get the job done, but that's exactly what he did.
This is exactly why when people say, you're tired from fishing all day, I thought that was supposed to be relaxing.
Dude. Oh, no.
Oh, that's not for everybody.
Yeah, it's not. And certainly when that trolling motor is coming completely out of the water, it's hard to even keep your boat in position to fish. It's one of many problems that those waves that size create. But it was actually helping his fishing, believe it or not. People that are not used to battling through those waves like that, they go to a calmer place. It was actually helping the current flow through there, which attracts more of those bait fish and the largemouth and smallmouth bass there to feed on them.
Quite the scene, not as wild and woolly as it was yesterday. Let's see if Chris Zaldain can make it pay like he did yesterday. This was a very important component in his #1 performance yesterday. Put him on top of that leaderboard. He is not there currently right now, but things are changing very, very fast. Day number 3 at Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. 50 anglers out there today. Very important day as we get near the end of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series season here. Lots of races to keep track of here. Lots of points aggregation. People losing points, people gaining points during the course of this weekend with big consequences. Whether or not you make the Classic for next year, whether or not you're even qualified to fish again on the Elite Series next year. Maybe you're trying to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. All those things getting more and more urgent with each passing hour, as a matter of fact. Ed Loughran moved into the top 10, all the way up to second place yesterday. There he is. Little guy. This was earlier for Ed.
Smallmouth to start.
Ed made a big move yesterday. Started out yesterday morning in 38th place, moved all the way up to second. Caught all his fish on a vibrating jig and a small compact jig, 1/2 ounce.
Now we're with Ed live. It's 30 years he's been fishing Bassmasters. Virginia, practicing attorney.
Got a pretty good move from Patrick Walters from 18th to second place.
Look out.
Finished 7th here last year.
There we go.
Wow. Makes Ed happy.
It
understandably.
Does. So his family is here with him this week, the first time in his 6 years of being on the Elite
Really?
Series. His family came yesterday, and he weighed in his biggest stringer he's ever weighed in on the Elite Series. So it seems like the family might need to travel with him a little more.
Where you guys been?
Exactly.
Our first 4-pounder of the day right there from Ed.
Let's get back out to Will Davis Jr. Having an excellent time of it this time around. Kind of finding his way. Yeah, last year in his rookie season. He's getting the job done this week.
That's a good one there. Thought it was bigger. Blind in one eye.
Good one there for Will Davis. Something interesting he mentioned earlier about finding these bigger ones on this stretch. Not too many years ago, a stretch was, when an angler referred to it, was usually 100 yards, maybe 200 yards. These anglers that now they're using the live sonar and out off the bank, a stretch can be 3-4 miles now because they cover so much water, have their trolling motors, going 3 to 4 miles an hour. So the term stretch has certainly changed in the last few years.
Of course, the scale has blown up because where we are,
yes.
too. I mean, Lake
100
Champlain,
miles,
we're talking 500 square miles
yes.
out here.
One big key to their success, they're just able to cover so much more water when you get to a place like this.
That one for sure. This one will never give up.
Will Davis, 2 Bass Nation championships.
Man,
To his credit, that's hard.
Cast King reel just, it's got an awesome drag system on it.
we've talked about Bass Nation champions before, but no one's ever went and defended their championship successfully by winning again. And so him doing that last year, absolutely incredible.
If you keep up with that and realize how many anglers are trying to even get there, let alone get there.
And the people who've been the
back.
defending champs.
Yes.
Like, you've got the Iconellis and the Paul Muellers of the world. So many guys have done well multiple years, but win both, just Will Davis.
Not a giant, but
that was a new one on me. He had his
look down.
foot and half his leg out
thinking the
there.
same
I thought
thing.
come on in here.
I hate to do this, but
Hey, sports are always evolving.
You're either coming in here, I'm going out there with you.
I guess when your stretch goes from 100 yards to 5 miles, you got to make some changes all the way around.
I got a feeling he's going to land that fish when he sticks his leg out over the boat, Davey. That's his tell. He's about to land the fish.
He's all in at that point, I can tell you that.
What's up? Out to Jacob Foutz, having a great season here. Big-time college star from a few years back.
Get a look at his graph there.
There's a pot of them.
That's what you want to see, a whole group of them coming up to his bait. He's going to be hooked up here pretty soon.
He told us yesterday,
Look
get them to come up, they're going to bite.
The bait's going down.
He reels it up and...
Make him chase. He got it. He's got it.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how you want to draw it up right there. Honestly, they started coming up to his bait when it was 20 feet away, and when they're grouped up like that, they get competitive, and you're almost always gonna hook up. Look at this. This is perfect. Look at, he's in about 38 feet of water, about 20 feet, 25 feet away from the boat on the bottom, 38 feet, 33 to 38. You see those fish, and they're already coming up. Now, you see his bait is only about 15 feet or so coming down.
Right there.
It's even more than that. It's only 10 feet. His bait coming down. So those fish are moving faster towards his bait than his bait is falling. Now here's something real important. Watch the bait. He starts making this bait go away from these fish, which really triggers them to the chase. When you got a group like that, and you're almost always going to hook up when you get that situation. He can do that 5 more times a day.
Oh, he'll do that today. He told us yesterday, once he got dialed in, he says, I'm going to do this all day, and he did.
Unbelievable. What is going on? That's so frustrating.
That's great footage there. I mean, you got
really
to look at how you want it to go down right there. I mean, that's
interesting pictures right there. Taking Foutz with the lives in Tennessee, got a big Great Lakes background behind him as well. He feels very comfortable in a place like this. Moved back into the top 10, had fallen out earlier this morning. A little bit of a slow start for him, but again, once he gets dialed in, just as yesterday, he says, now I'm going to catch him like that all day, you watch. And that is exactly what he did yesterday. He caught big numbers. But Will Davis Jr., on the strength of that last fish that we just saw, the man on top of the leaderboard for now. Be more changes on the way. Next Sunday, the NFL preseason is on Fox as the Saints are looking to build their way back to the playoffs against a 49ers squad, fresh off another Super Bowl appearance. It all kicks off next Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, the home of Super Bowl 59. Ronnie Moore, I know everything in your life interferes with your ability to pick him like a pro from right now on. I mean, it's center stage for you.
No doubt. I mean, I'm thinking about
your fantasy.
Spencer Rattler. He just played last night against my Cardinals for the Saints. You never know. He could be a stash and dash. You don't
sleep on Spencer. He's a game
Skeeter Boats providing our live coverage of this Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Love having you with us on this day. Very important day. We're down to 50 anglers from our original 101. Still a little chop out there on the water, but nothing like it was on Friday when we had to postpone day number 2 to yesterday. So now we're into day number 3. Semifinal Sunday. 50 anglers gunning for 10 spots on Championship Monday. Going to be some tight competition. It has been tight start to finish in this thing. Ed Loughran of Virginia.
Speaking of don't sleep on Ed. I don't think he has another angler fishing within 10 miles of him. Certainly not within 5 miles of him. Big string yesterday.
Looks like his second big largemouth of the day. Well, decent largemouth of the day.
Yep. It's all relative to the time of the day.
Yes, that's right.
When it's just his third keeper, it's a good one.
No doubt.
Like I said, caught all of his fish yesterday on a vibrating jig and this compact half-ounce jig that he was pitching around. A mixture of some vegetation and rock. I hear a line singing, yep. Smallmouth.
Yeah, he's weighed in 7 largemouth this week of his 10 fish, so 3 smallmouth have been important to him, but yesterday's big largemouth at 5'7", tied for Big Bass, helped him make that jump from the 40s to second place.
Ed making a strong comeback from a medical issue that took him out, sent him to the bench for the full Alabama, the 2 events in Alabama. So,
and he was there at Wheeler, prepared to go day 1 takeoff, could not get out of bed, and has since had his kidney stones issue that is reoccurring to him taken care of, and had to rest up for a month and was cleared for New York.
There you get a look at Jacob Foutz, fish chasing his bait. He's hooked up now.
Looked like a nice one.
Saw a lot of anglers at the Smith Lake tournament.
Those are nice ones.
Fishing similar to this for spotted bass. And oftentimes they'd have their bait right there with the fish. Those fish would just turn and swim away. This is what you want as an angler, to have those fish swim 20 feet to meet your bait and bite it every single time, it seems like.
Feel my line rubbing on his teeth.
I mentioned any line rubbing on teeth. That's one thing with biting these smallmouth. 6 and 8 pound test most of these anglers are using them.
But I'll take him. Okay, he's got a
Take too long to get these fish in and not retie. Cut your
Not
line.
bad at all. It might be a little bit more of a bullet, but that is a long one.
They're getting bigger for him. He started with 3 fish, 2 pounds and under. He's getting closer to the 3-pounders.
There we go. Number 5.
You're right, that fish looks like it's 20 inches long.
Yeah, like it. He said it wasn't the best for him, but man.
All right, let's find his buddies.
Using a little bigger bait than most of these other anglers we've seen fishing the jig head minnows. And by where he had that fish hooked, I think he's got it figured out exactly what they want, that bigger bait.
And we also saw him lose that one earlier and said, what is going on? He must have lost a few today, and he was worried about that yesterday. Having a bigger head to get down there a little quicker gives that fish more leverage when they do jump.
Look.
Wow.
He is on some that I don't know if they've seen a bait this year. When they're that aggressive.
It's a new group that swam out there from this week.
Several things that make this lake so good. Obviously, a lot of good water quality, a lot of cover, vegetation, hard bottom. But Mother Nature protects it for so much of the year when it ices over, and the conditions we had on Friday where you just can't get out there. So these fish can't be pressured like a lake in Alabama or South Carolina. 365 days a year. They get some days off where in the Southeast it doesn't happen.
Yep, they get worn out a little bit.
Well, they don't allow you to target bass till like the middle of June, right?
Yes.
Like bass season is off limits.
Oh, but when they do let you, and
everybody's
that
out there.
first day of June, they let you.
School's out.
Woo. Yeah.
School's out.
The Canadians, the Johnstons, talked about the bass opener. Never missed one.
Caleb Sumrall of Louisiana make a big jump yesterday from 19.7 on day 1, almost to near 22 pounds yesterday. Make it into the top 10. This was earlier today in the first cast.
Broke the ice.
You got it going early this morning.
A little bit better one.
Oh, sorry, cameraman.
Good shot.
Sumrall 9th place here last year, went top 10, top 20 time before. Excuse me, 9th place in 21, 19th last.
Oh, look, the other one with it.
More times than not, if there's another fish with the one you have hooked, it's going to be bigger. Fish number 4 for Caleb.
Those look like big ones.
Back to Foutz.
Fixing to see. Oh, here they come. When they start. That's a nice one. When there's a group of them like that, when they see it, if you just start taking it away from them, they can't not bite. They can't help themselves. That's a nice one.
Real nice one there. What he just said is a great tip. When you see a group like that coming towards your bait, making that bait look like it's trying to get away, escape, is a more natural look for those fish, and they just can't resist it.
I'm scared as soon as I go to grab him, he's gonna get wild.
Jacob said yesterday, the bigger the group, the better shot you've got at catching one too.
And that's why
that singles are hard.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these anglers kind of worked in largemouth, because these groups aren't as big as they were last year. They haven't fully formed, or 1 week earlier. They had just, there we go. A lot of different factors why. Pressure is also breaks up some of these big groups.
That and the winter, how cold the winter is, how warm the spring is. It's a lot, like you said, a lot of different factors.
Why are we still using penetrating
One factor
cold
we
tags
know
in
is true is
2024?
Jacob Foutz is in the right area.
Yeah.
His cameraman's been too busy to put his fish in the bass track, but he ought to be rising up the leaderboard.
Let's get back over to Matt Robertson. Out of the top 10 for now.
Big one. Big one. God almighty.
It is a big one.
Oh no.
Oh, finally got it.
That was the worst. I grabbed the jig and ripped him out of the water. The all-time dumbest. Look at my rod. Nah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Kind of a,
Oh yeah. Hello.
maybe not a train wreck, but
Hello, little fishy.
the engineer sounded the horn there.
Yeah.
He about hit that dock and grabbed the jig to land the fish.
Big one,
awesome.
410. That takes him from 11th place all the way up to 6th place. Fast like that. You may be seeing more of Matt Robertson today.
Hey, last year he was in the top 10. He was the lone guy in New York and all smallmouth. Now he's mixing in largemouth, and like you said, yeah, we may see a little bit more of him. Maybe a
Jacob
little too
Fouts'
much.
fish has given him the lead.
That is for more reasons than one, that might be Power Pole replay of the morning.
That could be. That's a good candidate right there. I tell you what, it's been going so fast we can't keep up with how many we've seen so far. Good catching for the 3rd day in a row going on here in Lake Champlain. Good Sunday morning to you as our live coverage continues. From here in northern New York State, Lake Champlain, Tackle Warehouse, Bassmaster Elite, our live coverage sponsored by Skeeter on this Sunday morning. Hope you're enjoying those terrific views of the Adirondacks and this massive, massive body of water between New York and Vermont. Got a graphic to show you here, sort of a representation of what's been going on and where here on Lake Champlain. Our Humminbird unlocked the lake. 3+ pounders today that have been caught on Lake Champlain. Our field of 50 out there trying to catch them as fast and as hard as they can for the purposes of making it into the top 10 today.
Yeah, you take a look at the Humminbird unlock the lake. These 3+ pounders, 4 pounders down there around Ed Loughran, Greg DePalma. But you can tell the northern portion of Lake Champlain has really been where most of the fishing has been done the last few years. Years ago, there was always some bigger fish caught down in Ticonderoga area, but it hasn't been that way last year and this year. So we look at these 3+ pounders. See Chris Johnston there. Most of them up on the upper third, northern third of Lake Champlain.
Check in again with the Canadian. We were with him for a fish catch earlier today. It's been a little bit.
Now you see the fish 20 feet away from the boat.
He wants it.
Coming towards his bait.
Right on the trolling motor.
Going straight up, almost under the boat. Got him.
Right under the trolling motor. Little. Ooh, he might be better than I thought, actually. can just tell when they're swimming 10 miles an hour after it. They're probably gonna eat it. It's not a giant, but probably the biggest one of the day. Come here, bud. Nah, he's not that big. Chunky one, though. That's number 5. One, two,
Solid
three.
fish there for Chris Johnston. A couple things there with that fish. Biting so close to the boat and like Chris said, swimming 10 miles an hour to get to it. Another sign of these fish have not been pressured.
That one right there put Chris Johnston right on top of our leaderboard in first place right now. Not too far behind him, though. He has been kind of on fire this morning. Jacob Foutz.
Good look here of some of the fish that we've seen Jacob Foutz catch. Big key to his success this morning is multiple fish being competitive with one another. This fish, he's already hooked up here. But you can see when his bait going down, those fish coming up to meet those fish, to meet his bait is big deal. Saw the one that Chris Johnston, here you go, this fish chasing his bait.
Yeah,
the bait didn't get quite to the fish, and then you see the fish come up and start chasing the bait. That's exactly what you want to see. And they're the right size also. Jacob Foutz catching a lot of 3+ pounders and not catching many 2-pounders. And you can get caught up in that on this lake. And at the end of the day, after you caught all day, come in with 15 pounds and it not be a good day. There again, another good look of the bait. Dropping down about 60 feet away from the boat. Those fish came up and ate the bait, to meet the bait about 15 feet under the surface. So what we're seeing him do this morning is what you want for an angler that's using the live sonar out in the open water. Several things. These fish seem unpressured. They're the right size. And you look around, there's not another boat in sight. All of those things are exactly what you want as a tournament angler. Here is a bigger group of fish coming up to get his bait, and you can see he's reeling that bait away from those fish to make them chase and be more competitive. And every time we've seen him do that, he ends up hooking up.
And you noted yesterday, Davey, that his bait, his head size is a little bit bigger, but it also looks like his plastic is maybe a little bit longer, like it's just a beefier profile.
Yep.
That's one way that you can maybe keep it away from smaller fish, or at least get the attention of the bigger fish first, is drop a little bit of a bigger presentation to them.
That, and I think is helped these fish. We've seen several that were down 30, 35 feet under the surface. When his bait's only 5 feet down from the surface itself, they start coming up to it, so they obviously can see that bigger profile to start coming up from the bottom.
Hit him on the head. There's some swimmers.
There's some swimmers, he said, about 50 feet away. There's his bait going down. He threw a little past him. The bait landed at about 60. Now he's got it at 50, going right down.
I don't think they've made the bait yet.
Nope, not yet.
See how they're going back now? They're coming back up.
Yeah.
If I can hit, those are nice ones. If I can hit them on the head, I think I can catch one.
So now you mentioned hitting him on the head. That's what you, okay, he's got a better line here. Coming up to meet. Now you'll see him probably try to, yep.
Got his buddy.
Hitting them on the head was the key ingredient there. He said it, and then that next cast, he did exactly that. Oftentimes, what you saw right there, knowing that you had to hit him on the head, maybe that group was together and he caught a fish or two out of it, and they start shying away from the bait unless you make that perfect cast. They're not as aggressive because they've seen their buddies make those mistakes earlier.
It's a lot of trial and error getting to do that correctly, isn't it, Dave?
Oh yeah, making that cast, especially when those fish are, 30 feet deep.
Oh.
Ooh,
That's what he fished perfect yesterday. Didn't lose them, and
did
today
not.
it's just they're just jumping a little bit. Maybe he's rushing them to get back to the group, and they just come hot to the surface.
Yep, he did better yesterday, but two things going against him is how much plastic he's got there and the size of the head, that bigger head. The things that we said give you that bigger profile, but there's a lot of plastic there to get it wrapped around your hook, and you notice when he lost that fish, that bait was wrapped around his hook, curled around, and that plastic just keeps the hook from penetrating. The size of the jig head, when that fish eats that bait, they actually clamp down on the bait, and the bigger that jig head, the harder it is to get that hook to move.
Those are big ones.
The hook obviously has to move to be able to penetrate. There we go.
He is around him, is he not?
Yep.
My goodness. Watch this.
They're coming. He got it.
Yeah.
He hit it.
One is still on it, and two stayed back.
Yep.
Around the 30.
What in the world?
He missed him twice.
That's so frustrating.
I think that's a group that's, he's caught one or two of their buddies out of this morning.
They're a little bit on to him a bit.
Yep.
Nice little milestone for Jacob yesterday. He made his 11th consecutive cut on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is so hard to do.
There you go. Those fish are about 35 feet away from his boat, about 30 feet deep. There's his bait. Fish is coming up. It hit it. He's got it. I think he hooked up.
That is not a big one.
Smaller fish. Smallest fish, 2 pounds, 1 ounce. This looked like it may help him a little, but it didn't look like a 3-pounder. Yeah. Don't know if that's even going to help.
Well, 1 ounce would put him in a tie for the lead. So that's the way we got to look at it here. I mean, we count our pennies on this tournament.
And I'll say there's some skew with how many he was catching and how quickly he was catching them. Who knows which ones got put in, and I'm just going to trust Jacob. If he keeps going through the number of fish, Tommy, he'll be right there at the end of the day, no doubt.
Sure.
Virtual tie at the top between those three there. Chris Johnston, Jacob Foutz, and Will Davis Jr. all within 4 ounces. This is unofficial, so could be any one of the three right there who is actually on top, but it's all going to change. It's all going to keep moving. We got a moving target. The main target is the top 10. That's what we're working for today.
What's up, guys? Hey, Jacob Foutz here. Here we are, Lake Champlain, having a good event so far, man. Getting to catch in one of my favorite ways. Jig head minnow, a little untraditional for smallmouth. Most everyone thinks of smallmouth, they think of small baits, 3-inch baits, but I've gone against the grain this week. 7-inch minnow, man. They eat this thing like they have never seen it before. Probably a big reason to the good week so far, but just get the average size fish up a little bit, because these fish are in groups of 20 and 30, and if you can get the biggest one out of the group first, save yourself a lot of time.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures, we have seen that philosophy in action today. It works. What Jacob Foutz was just showing you there, we have plenty of evidence of that, and let's just get on back to Jacob Foutz for a little bit more of the same.
Yeah, this is just a 7-inch Z-Man jerk shad. Color is smoky shad. That's all it is right there. Yeah, big bait. It's a little bit frustrating. I've jumped several off that would have helped the cause. I'm using a 1/2 ounce head. Probably why I'm jumping them off. It's the game you play using a heavy head like that, just because they have so much leverage when they come up and jump. But that big heavy lead on the end of head there, it's easy for them to throw it. If they're just skin hooked, they'll probably throw it. Part of it. That's pretty much all I've thrown. About the only bait I've thrown. Feels like. Caught a couple on a small one, but for the most part, it's been this big one. Just trying to catch above average fish.
Made the wrong assumption, Davey. I thought it was about a 5.5-inch bait just by watching it jump around. 7-inch bait. No doubt that's a lot of plastic behind that hook.
That's a lot of plastic for that fish. Those fish to get in their mouth and get up to the hook, you got to eat 5 inches of plastic before you even get to the hook.
And if you were watching that, Tommy, the Bass Pro Shop's top lure segment, you could see his knot as well. More of like a loop knot with some not directly to the jig heads for a little bit more rocking action or whatever the case may be for presenting that lure.
Just about tied up with Jacob Foutz as this man here might be an ounce or two ahead. Will Davis Jr. Alabama.
Might help a little bit. Just a little bit. Don't never give up, do they? MMA rod, 7-foot medium. And the cast king reel. That's what I like about this reel, man. It's got a great drag system on it.
Never caught a smallmouth bass, and I'm sure some of our viewers have not. It's absolutely amazing how they...
You know, them little ones, they actually turn out to be big ones. You know what I mean? It's weird how this works.
Never give up. Keep fighting.
I don't know if he's going to help or not. Look at that. Barely had him.
Maybe a 2.5 pound.
No wonder he's fighting like a madman. Fat though.
Out of Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. John Garrett, 4-pound, 8-ounce fish. He's got 2 for 8 pounds. He's jumped up from 40s into the teens.
He needed that for sure yesterday. He said one of the toughest days of fishing he's had in a long time, and fell down from the teens to the 40s, and now with those couple fish suits, he's back up there. But especially for Rookie of the Year and for Angler of the Year, he's one of the ones that's not frequently mentioned with the top 5 or 6, but he's right there in 7 to 9. He's in that next little tier. With a top 10 this week, he could.
He was 6. He fell down to 10th in AOI, but he also lost 2nd place in Rookie of the Year race to JT Tompkins.
He bit it weird, man. And he just kind of boom.
Our sport's getting younger and younger.
Oh my gosh.
When rookies say that 20-year-old rookies say, I haven't had a day like that in a long time.
Whoa. Now, what's crazy is John's one of the oldest ones. We've known him for a long time. He's like 26.
Oh,
so
boy. So he's mid-20s.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so I give him a pass.
He's a veteran. He's a veteran 20-year-old.
Yeah.
When you do have an 18-year-old, you know, on the
I'm
elites, that's a young mark.
Things have changed. That's what I started to point with. You know, when I got a 19-year-old leading Angler of the Year for most of the year. A 26-year-old can talk about all what he hasn't had happen in a long time.
Back in my day, man.
Now that went on for Will Davis, not as big.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna help the cows.
He got off to a really fast start yesterday on Bass Track. We saw him in our unofficial top 10 for within the first 45 minutes of the morning, and he stayed there for all day.
15-2 unofficially now as it stands. This one won't go
Pretty.
into the live well. Currently in second place to this man, Jacob Foutz. 16 even is his estimated weight.
He's still got one fish that's 2 pounds 1 ounce on his bass track. Another 215. Everything else is 3+, close to 4.
We must have missed that one because the ones I've seen him catch have been solid.
All the same. All the same.
But maybe we've only seen him catch 4 or so, maybe. He's around.
That was disappointing.
Good ones.
Your top 10 we haven't had a chance to look in on yet today is Mr. GDP, Greg DePalma, Millville, New Jersey, having a good tournament here. He always does well here.
Got to brag about him being the farthest south angler we had seen on camera, and now he's no longer because of how far south Ed is compared to him. And it's funny, Greg's caught mostly smallmouth and Ed's caught mostly largemouth, and they're not in that traditional area we see on Champlain, the inland sea and around that.
Wasn't as easy for Greg yesterday as it was on day one. He had to make some adjustments, and it took him a lot longer to get to his weight. 20-pound area, not quite there, but day one it was easy. He spent most of his day even farther south than that trying to catch a big largemouth. It did not happen.
Started yesterday in second place, dropped to 5th. Now he's out of the top 10 for now, but he can change that quickly.
Pretty good move in AOI. He was 68th and having to move maybe 26, 27 spots up. And he got 18 of them by being in 5th place, so he needs to keep it going if he has hopes to make the Bassmaster Classic. He's got St. Lawrence next week.
Him and Seth Fighter almost in the same spot,
right,
same boat, mid-60s to now 50, 51, and they're going to be Fighter's chance next week for Classic berth.
Austin Felix as well. He was in the upper 50s. He's inside 50 or 49th right now.
I think another one
improved too to 44th. He's right there on the bubble.
And that's the one. That's the most exciting story of the year for me, is miss a full tournament because of the birth of your child. Probably think you're not going to make the Classic, and he's right there on the verge of doing it with one less tournament than everyone else.
Not a big one, but nice one for Greg there.
Takes his time with all of them, lands them very carefully. He knows how much an ounce or two can make in terms of difference on the leaderboard position. Right now he's trying to get back into that list right there. The top 10 will fish on tomorrow at the end of it all today, and we got a lot more fishing time yet to come. Jacob Foutz, Tennessee, the man on top, Alabama's Will Davis, and Canada's Chris Johnston in our top 3 spots right there. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. This is stop number 8 of 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. We've got a big contest going on right now. Very tight weights, tough competition. Nobody's going to run away with this one. I'll make that bold prediction right now. I don't see how it's possible to do. Everything's so closely positioned. Jacob Foutz, the man on top, Will Davis Jr. and Chris Johnston just within ounces, maybe a pound or so. Logan Latuso moving up into the top 10 in a big way. But here, I think this is our Mercury move of the day.
Certainly Mercury move of the day, Jacob Foutz. We've been able to watch him quite a bit this morning and look at his screen, look at his graph. He is around the right fish. Look at the weights here. Started out with the smallest fish at 8:14, probably only a minute or two after he got to his starting location. And then you see those 3-pounders, 312, 310, 310. Total weight so far unofficially 16 pounds. That's a great Mercury move of the day. Jacob Foutz, he is in the right area and has it all to himself. A lot of these smallmouth bass, very aggressive.
On one of the best rolls of all time, having made his 11th straight cut at the weigh-in yesterday.
Oh, here they come. That's so much fun. I don't care who you are. Feisty. Jacob, what are you doing? Don't worry, I'll get another one.
He has lost his share this morning. Right beside the boat, many of them.
Lost more than most have caught this morning.
Yeah. Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Just hook up again.
No big deal.
That was one of his buddies that was following.
Might be bigger.
Yes.
Dadgummit. Ow. I know he'll call something on this right side.
That's the difference in fishing and tournament fishing. Everyone who goes to Champlain has a good time catching fish, but when you're Jacob Foutz and you're like, dadgummit, and like, this is frustrating or whatever, and he's catching and getting more bites than most people, but you know that fine line, Davey, of the school shutting off and swimming away and not biting anymore, the more chances you leave out there. And and then even catching a 2-pounder when you think a 3 or 4-pounder is gonna bite it and the wrong one bites it, it's your fine line from being 1st or 10th.
Especially in this event. Here we go.
Further south at Loughran.
Solid fish there.
Long, skinny one. I wish he were fat. I know that much.
Smallmouth.
Yeah.
It is number 5, so that's good. Oops. Yeah, man. You know, I just gotta. I don't know what I'm gonna do because my big largemouth spot. Oh, good Lord, stop it, buddy! You're tearing my hand up. Because my good largemouth spot is about to get wiped out.
He did say yesterday he pounded his largemouth spot big time to get the weight he got. Glad he got it, but he may have to start going heavier on smallmouth in his area if he can.
Yeah, like a lot of anglers, when he weighed in on day one, he thought, oh, I'll be fine, I've got 19 pounds, and then realized well, it's going to take more than that to go above par or below par.
Chris Johnston, been in that top 3 for quite a spell here this morning.
See his bait going down about 30 feet away from the boat, and that fish, the bait's getting right there about at the level with the fish, is chasing it. He's hooked up. That fish was 45 feet deep in 50 feet of water.
Wow.
Did not see much of that last year.
I think it's a 3-pounder. There's so many fish down there. I've only been here for 10 minutes, or not even, and I probably saw 30 different fish, but it's just a matter of catching 5 4-plus pounders. So we're gonna be here for a bit, and we're gonna go through a lot of these 3s. See if we can upgrade.
Just think about the number of fish on a lake like Champlain, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide, and you've got fish in the water column from a foot under the surface to 45 feet deep.
That's massive.
Mind-boggling.
Incredible.
We're gonna do some culling now.
Well, while Chris Johnston Coles, and he's been one of the guys catching exclusively smallmouth bass all week at Lake Champlain, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to talk on the other side of the coin, which is the largemouth anglers. And when we think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, two anglers you may have considered for your team, Ed Loughran and Matt Robertson. Robertson coming off a top 10 at Champlain last year, but was exclusively fishing for smallmouth. A few years ago, Ed Loughran really did some good work in an area we hadn't seen pressured quite a bit at Champlain, and he did it on all smallmouth as well. So if you picked him for your team, you're probably like, they're doing great in the standings, that's awesome, but they're doing it on largemouth this year. 6 of Matt Robertson's 10 fish after the first 2 days were largemouth. 7 of Ed Loughran's 10 fish were largemouth, and that's these numbers over here. 5 of our top 10 anglers have weighed largemouth this week, but most of these 19 have come from these two anglers. So of the 10 fish for the top 10, 100 total fish, 19 have been largemouth. 13 are here. You got 4 from Chris Zaldain. He's had 2 each day that have been very key to him. Will Davis catches 1 yesterday, and then Caleb Sumrall, he only also catches 1, but it is a 5-7. So if you're going to catch one largemouth, it needs to be the big bass of the day, which is what Sumrall did, and our largemouth guy, Matt Robertson's hooked up.
Little guy.
Davey, what was your thought on people saying largemouth may only play for 1 or 2 days here?
This place is just so big and there's so many fish. I just don't think you run out as long as you have more than one area.
You got to go to different areas, though?
Yeah, like Seth Fighter, had he only had that one little small river where he caught that big one, that'd be one thing, but you got to have multiple areas. You got to account for rains, wind, storms.
Matt Robertson, let's get back to Caleb Sumrall. Big move on his part yesterday. Landed him in the top 10. He can catch him in this part of the country. Maybe from southwest Louisiana, but he can come back here to New York and do very well.
I didn't see how big he was going to be.
And when I saw him move up the leaderboard yesterday, you don't know if he's flipping vegetation, throwing a frog, or out here using his live sonar, because he's proficient at all of it.
Oh, yeah, do it all.
Made a top 10 St. Lawrence River on a Carolina rig a few years ago.
You just won't let it go, will you? I don't think he wanted to be seen on national TV doing that, but he had to do what he had to do.
I know. Hey, money is money.
Absolutely.
Whatever you got to do.
Come on there, Michael. I can't tell.
Every time we go to Jacob Foutz, he's either swinging one in the boat or losing one beside the boat.
He's the numbers guy today. Was yesterday as well. I don't know if that was going to help him there.
Speaking of the Carolina rig, Mark Zona told us a story on Champlain years ago when he fished and brought the drop shot to Champlain. Todd Otten, Elite Series Pro, was in the back of his boat and the Pro-Am, and he threw a Carolina rig straight down because he didn't have a drop shot. So he said, it kind of does the same thing.
Good story.
On the move on Lake Champlain, we got 50 anglers out there trying to move upward. They're not in the top 10. They are trying to get there as hard as they possibly can. They are catching them one after the other. Be right back. Bassmaster Live, Day 3, the semifinal round. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite here at incredible Lake Champlain. They are catching them left and right, one after the other. It's almost too much to take in. You can't sort it all out, so let's take a quick breather and present you with, yes, I believe we do have Northland Daily Trivia. Good. We're going to ask and answer here on this one. Speaking of our colleague, Mark Zona, Mark Zona's highest B.A.S.S. finish came at Lake Champlain right here in what year? Was it 1997, 1999, was it 2002, or 2005? What do you think about that, Ronnie Moore?
I think it's 02, but okay. I'm torn between like 99 and 02.
Okay. Davey?
I'm gonna go A, 1997.
Wow.
Well, I'm going to rule out 2005 because we had him already working in the salt mines here.
Yeah, I was
by that time, so he didn't have time to do that then. I'll go 99.
Sure?
I'll go 99.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What? Oh, wait a minute.
Wow.
What? He slipped away and fishing open on us there.
Unbelievable.
Got your inside knowledge and
God,
took
we were
it
that
with
close to losing him.
See,
might
he
have
I
just,
knew it
you know,
wasn't 99 because we had that Siconelli one. That was a pro-am. That was a top 100, so they wouldn't have had an invitational at the same time. And I knew it wasn't 02, but 97 was too early. But I'm like you. I thought 2005 he was already behind the desk.
That's my faulty memory yet again.
I just chalked it up to, I thought he had so many high finishes, I just got confused which one we're talking about, you know.
Chris Johnston told us earlier he's just going to go through numbers till he gets 5 4-pounders. That's the simple arithmetic of it.
I do know it was the first year live sonar became a big factor out on the inland sea.
In 05?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that big.
Gen 1.
Yes. Prototype.
Carl Jacobson with 2 4-pounders. He's got a 16-pound, 7-ounce bag from 48th to 12th.
Wow.
Pretty good move right there.
Needed a good one. He was another one of those guys in the 60s in points that could make the Classic, but he'd need for sure a good one this week. And depending on how good it is, he may need another good one next week.
Currently, that puts him 49th
Yeah.
in AOI, so he didn't have
We're
to
going to
do
have 47th through 53 are going to be all anglers who were in the 60s that have moved up. To what extent? You know, they're going to be within a top 25 of making the Classic next week.
think Foutz and Chris Johnston, who were 19 and 18 points back of Justin Hamner for AOY, would have gained a little bit. Hamner has gained a little bit, but he is leaving the door open. He's only got 4 fish right now. He's moved up a spot, and he's about under 8 pounds, and there's a lot of guys off Bass Track who could be passing him and make it even tighter when we head to the St. Lawrence.
There's like 5 of them coming.
Got your Lowrance bird's eye view of Chris Johnston in this massive, massive place that was actually once, at one point, a great lake, it was considered, but not anymore.
For 17 days, I believe, in like 98, I think Clinton signed it. And then they got their study money, and somebody disagreed, and they yanked it. Yanked the designation as Great Lake.
All that fuss for nothing.
No, I think they get like federal money to do studies on it now, though, because of that. One of them, their ploys, Tommy.
Yeah, right, schemes.
I think we're into a group of little ones.
The Lowrance bird's eye view. Every tournament angler dreams of having a big area like this all to themselves.
Groups.
Jacob Foutz has it.
As big.
Chris Johnston, along with a lot of others. Ed Lothar,
Jacob Foutz.
Another 3 right here. Crazy.
Wind sure seems to be building.
Yeah, it's not just laid down, is it? It seemed to be calmer when we started.
It did. A
little cloudier than when we started as well.
Corey Johnson just landed a 4.6. He's at up to 17.5 pounds on the day. He's 5 ounces back of his brother in 3rd place.
Got to Wesley Gore. Great
Probably
season
about
for the
to yank
rookie.
on one for you.
Ooh. Ooh. That's the right size.
A little better. Still not the right size, but better.
Saw him do this at Wheeler, fishing with his live sonar offshore, using bait casters, heavier line, heavier equipment.
I knew.
It's a pretty one though, dude.
Crawfish.
Skinny one, but beautiful. Dark one.
Beautiful.
Spitting up some crawfish, like you said, Davey. I asked him, I knew he caught all smallmouth the first 2 days, but I asked him how many largemouth. He said 0, all brown ones, swinging them. And so boat flipping them, bait caster. Wesley Gore's had a phenomenal rookie season.
Yeah, 4 finishes in the top 25, and two of them were in the top 7.
We'll have to look back at this in 10 years, Tommy. How many? This was the greatest season we've ever seen from a rookie, and they didn't win Rookie of the Year. You know, like like they're just you're doing
this
some
year
stuff
may
that
set
doesn't
the standard
happen.
for
Oh
that.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Bad boat flip, but another one.
I like the change in pace, just the equipment he's using, the line size, the baits, bait casters. Gives it a whole different look.
Boy, he gets it done faster that way.
You slide in there a little bit shallower. When we say that it could be, instead of 35, it could be 22. And boom, a lot more baits come into play, a lot more options.
More crawfish type baits once you get up around that vegetation.
Will Davis not too far away from Mr. Gore in relative terms anyway.
Wow. My jumper here, he jumped 4 times already.
Decent one. I just gotta let them rest, you know what I mean? A 10-pound SPS 4 carbon in your face, big boy.
Davis hanging in there in the top 3 for a long time. Chris Johnston spent his time in and out of the top 3 today. Currently in 4th.
Yeah, his brother Corey just added a 3.8 big bag, 18 pounds, 6 ounces, second place from 19th.
You wonder as the AOY race comes to an end, and Chris is certainly in the middle of the hunt, no doubt. Oftentimes in tournaments, you say, "Wow, Chris is leading. Corey should give him some room," or vice versa. And they do that maybe just a little bit on the final day, but usually it's just you go get yours, I'm gonna go get mine.
Yeah, they figured. We've been talking about it all week, and we'll continue to talk about it through next week or this week as well, since it is Sunday. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, still Justin Hamner, our classic champ, on top to start this day. Trey McKinney by 17 points. Jacob Foutz, boy, he's right there with him. Chris Johnston in it as well. Look how close they all are. Huff, JT Tompkins, down to Wesley Gore and Jay Shakura. Man, oh man, this one far from settled. Going to be a great race till the very end of it. Saturday, it's baseball night in America on Fox as Showtime Shohei Ohtani leads the Dodgers against Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Or it's a battle of division leaders as the Guardians take on the Brewers. It all begins Saturday, 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. That is next Saturday during the day. You can hang out with us here on FS1. We will be bringing you what we hope will be semifinal Saturday on the Bassmaster Elite Series final event of the year, St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario.
One of the best tournaments of the year, one of the most special places in the world, and with one of the most competitive Angler of the Year races we will have at that point in the tournament.
Good river and lake fishing on tap for that. We are getting some good big lake fishing here going on Champlain, that is for sure. Chris Johnston of Canada, definitely a threat to take this one. Sitting out there going through numbers. Like he said, I need 5 4-pounders. I should be good. make it to the top 10. That's what today is all about. There's 15-12 unofficially as it stands right now. Could be more than that a little bit.
Let's see what we got here.
Oh,
it's kind of hog-tied there. Might be a 3.5.
Looks big.
Takeoff looked real calm, guys, but it is starting to blow. That 10 on the projection is coming to fruition for sure.
Blustery.
Nope, you're not 4. Solid one though.
So he's over 3.5. Close to 4.
Yeah.
We gotta call a 3-1. This one should do that.
Oh yeah.
About 3.5. If it'll settle in these waves.
Johnson just under his target size there, but he'll go in. He'll cull out and get him some ounces. Got to build it throughout the course of the day. Get back over to Matt Robertson. Saw him catch a good largemouth a little while ago. Big one, in fact, the one that's got him as the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader so far today.
Well, any place we see a green tree in the water, we're gonna cast that today. Yeah, man. They ain't big, but we just need to lock into a big one. Some big ones.
Isn't that what you dream of, Davey? Sitting on your front porch on a Sunday morning watching Matt Robertson flip up largemouth at Lake Champlain? I mean, wouldn't that?
I have not.
Get way bigger
At this point in my life. Maybe one day.
That's a full retirement wish list.
It's got to enhance your real estate values, doesn't it?
Yes. Matt Robertson caught one near my dock.
Yeah. Might do it again.
2-2. All we need is a couple big ones.
Matt Robertson, big move yesterday. Ditto for the man. We're headed way down south. Several miles down south to Ed Loughran. Started the day in second place. Lost a few positions, but you can gain it back.
Got to keep an eye on him. He had that big stringer yesterday.
Not far from 23.
Yep. Only fishing 2 baits most of the time. Vibrating jig and a 1/2 ounce compact flipping jig. See a spinning rod or 2 out, but this is what he caught most of his fish on yesterday.
I believe that's a big fish.
1/2 ounce compact.
That's a real big fish.
Flipping jig. Had a 5/8 yesterday, and he's saying this is a real big one. So. Good one.
All right. Here we we go, another 4. Gotta like it.
Not a 5, but a 4 goes a long way, as we've seen.
2-pound cull is pretty good.
Gonna move Ed back up a little bit.
A little concerned because he stayed in this one area quite a bit yesterday, but with him being the only other tournament angler in that area, if he can give it a break throughout the day a few times, it could certainly reload.
411.
411.
Oh. Definitely getting our top 5, maybe into 4th.
Yeah, man, I like it.
See if we can ask Ed to talk to us a little bit more about exactly what he's fishing here. He'll usually talk to us good if we can get a question out to him.
White. My hands are torn up, so I need to get this little glove out.
Gotta make a cull here. Can only possess 5 bass.
And you know Bass Cat live wells.
Yeah.
Ed has made his 3rd cut of the year here. Bear in mind, he missed 2 events. So that's really actually pretty good showing for Ed. 2 top 10s, in fact, his previous cuts, Harris Chain and Lake Murray.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago he was throwing a buzz-baited Harris Chain in those canals. Doesn't it seem like so long ago?
I've got about 18 pounds.
Faster every year, it seems like.
I don't know how we did 12 live tournaments.
I need to get lucky and land on a few of the right ones. I just upsized my jig head to a 1/2 ounce. There's one right there. But tough to get my bait presented to them properly right now.
Voice of Chris Johnston.
This looks like a pretty good size one.
See, he's in the
See if we can.
where the wind's blowing more than the other 3 we have there on camera, and he's talking about having to change to a heavier jig head to be able to get his bait down there to those fish. It makes it difficult when those waves start to get 2 and 3 feet. Looks like it's more out of the north.
So
does
switched around from west to north. It appears.
Almost looks cold out there. You saw
It's
Ed
cold in studio.
Yeah, well,
it's cold in studio
well,
here.
I'm sure people are sending you their thoughts.
There's no shortage of bass right here.
Prayers and concerns.
Yes, concerns.
What'd you say the low was earlier? Like 54?
What's that?
Didn't you say the low on the weather watch earlier today was like
Tonight it's going to be 58.
Yeah, 58. Yeah.
So
That's pretty chilly.
That's
about
a north
50
wind.
degrees less than Little Rock, so.
Yeah, north wind will do that. Jacob Foutz hanging there on top, full ounce ahead of Chris Johnston. Well, those guys just going through the numbers there. Ed Loughran, though, just added a good largemouth. Things are tightening up ever more. Chris Johnston of Canada hooked up right now. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite here on Lake Champlain. He turned the corner and headed for home here in this season of 2024 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just one event after this one.
There's so many fish down there, but very hard to get your bait presented properly in front of them. If it was calm, we'd be catching triple. And you would think, oh, it's windy, they'll be more aggressive, and not the case at all. It's all about presenting the bait in front of them and keeping it above their head and hardly moving it. I think this is just a 3. That's a football. That might be the biggest one of the day. There's a nice, fat, healthy one.
That is
Not giant, but I think he's gonna help us.
healthy one there.
It's got the right build, at least. Blue. He's 310. He's not as big as I'd hope.
Back in the lead, our 10th lead change of the day. Chris Johnston back up there.
Let's get back over to Jacob Foutz. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Doing.
Power pole replay of the day. Some good stuff here from Jacob Foutz. Dropping his bait down to these fish about 10 feet away from the boat. It's good when you can get that close to them, and it's real good when we can watch that screen and see how he presents that bait to groups of fish that are very aggressive. Get another look here. It's a group of fish 20 feet away, close to the bottom. His bait is only, he just made the cast. It's only about 8 or 10 feet down. You see it coming down at 40 feet away from the boat. Those fish are moving towards the bait faster than that bait is falling with a 1/2 ounce jig head on it. And when you get a group like that, you're gonna get a chance to catch one of them. Power pole replay of the day, Jacob Foutz, for showing us the juice.
Yeah.
Makes it look easy. Doesn't have the wind there as much as Chris Johnston. He'll get it. Another look, that was his bait. 3 fish. I'm real aggressive. He's hooked up again.
And it's not all perfect, Davey. Some people, when the fish come up to the bait, you want to keep it going just as fast. Sometimes killing it works, sometimes hovering it right over the head. Yep. Like, there's so many ways to make it work. And if you guess incorrectly, you can just turn a whole group of fish away from it and they don't want it.
Another good shot there. The bait getting close to the bottom of that whole group of fish coming up. Yeah, you mentioned that, and we just heard Chris Johnston, definitely one of the best in the business, saying keeping the bait in front of them, over their heads, and barely moving it. And you saw Jacob Foutz actually reeling that bait away from them quickly. So 2 different approaches, both being very successful this morning, first and second place.
Yeah. And how Chris said with the waves and trying to manage it, and they're pushing you at your back, and you can't just stay where you are as easy. I could catch 3 times as many
They
if
know
it was a
there's
little
4
calmer.
live here, you just gotta land on their head. I've probably seen in a half hour, probably 60, 70 fish. I'm seeing way more fish than I did yesterday, but they're not aggressive. And there's one right there. Gotta keep trying to put it on their head, 2 of them right here. And they like swimming under the boat. Once they get under the boat, I can't catch them typically. Maybe these ones will bite though. Here he comes. Come on, do it. Ticked it. Oh, look at them all following my boat.
You see that happen oftentimes on those big lakes where
I just keep moving
so far offshore your boat.
Groups.
It's the first shade those fish have seen in days, weeks, maybe months. And they're curious. Oftentimes they'll just swim along
Keep going.
right under your boat.
That's why it's not forward-facing sonar
right here.
helps.
They are everywhere.
Anglers do this, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Look at that. It's no contour change, flat bottom, 52 feet, no structure. These fish are just piled around bait at times, but we even haven't seen that much bait on the screens. It's just smallmouth are out there. And so here today, gone tomorrow. If it blows from 15 from the south, Davey, they could be 500 yards away. They could be a quarter mile away. Like, you don't know how far these fish may move or travel.
It's not easy, but Without it, it's not possible.
Oh, no, yeah, it is. It is getting on an old contour point and dragging around, hoping to find a few.
It's interesting. There are a lot of fish, but they're not in groups where Chris Johnston is compared to Jacob Foutz. Seem to be more singles. The big difference in this year and last year is how many of the fish are down closer to the bottom, even in 50 feet of water.
If you look at the bottom where you see on the marker of the screen on the left 40, 45, 50, look at that, but in the center of your screen, roughly, you'll see 4 or 5 fish up here, and it's when his trolling motor's in and out of the water that you're losing them, but you get a glimpse of where they may be, and there's 2 now around 30 to 35 feet deep.
They are up. I don't see his bait right this second, but I'm almost thinking that's his bait, I think, coming down right there. Those fish are moving and up off the bottom. Yeah, there's his bait.
Yeah.
About 60 feet away from the boat. About 35, 40 feet down. Yeah, trolling motor coming completely out of water, which has his live transducer on it. So we're looking at exactly what Chris Johnston is looking at. It's not easy to decipher.
Yeah.
It's a little harder.
I'm about to reel in and throw at that fish. Wait, where did that fish go? You look up and you're out in the middle of the lake. Where am I at? You know, you're like, I got to I'm 100 yards off of where I thought I was, you know?
Let's get out to Greg DePalma. Started the day in the top 10. He's kind of been down there 15th to 17th for a good while now. Needs to get a couple of big ones in.
A better one. Way better one. Like a 4-pounder almost. I think it was, well, I got one, but I don't know. There's so much going on right now. That's a good one though.
4-pounder would go a long way for him, no doubt.
Help him a bunch.
Dude, I've cast that. I don't know how many this size down there, and I could not get on the bite, and I finally got on the bite. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, they're just zero reaction out of them. This one went to it and finally picked up on one, and it had it. That's what I'm saying. I think they're truly still here. It's just a matter of getting one to eat. There's only so many rotations on the bait that I can do. For some odd reason, they're just not eating. It looks really, really good. So stay on, baby. It's got some shoulders, dude. Stay on, sugar.
Taking his time. We've seen this fish
about these landings.
It's in the 4-pound class. Certainly don't want to lose it.
Definitely a 4-pounder.
He's been burned by this lake by a few ounces, and he has thrived at this lake by a few ounces in the open, so he knows everyone he gets to bite is going to be huge.
That's got a belly on it, dude. Jeez Louise. Get a belly on that thing.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's a good one.
They are beautiful fish.
I hope you're wrong. It's a good one, dude. It's fat.
Different color variations.
we're in the 4-pound class. $3.15.
Boom.
That's right.
Look at this. Good help there for Greg DePalma. Caleb Sumrall.
Got this one on bait caster. It won't take as long.
No.
There we go.
Yeah.
That'll help the cause. Don't you do it.
Crankbait. First one we've seen.
Yeah. All week.
Had me thinking about 2020. We saw some amazing David Mullins crankbait catches and losses and everything in between.
I got 2 G finesses.
Looks like a DT6, DT10 maybe.
That's the kind we need right there.
That's a dilemma with the crankbait bite. You will lose some of those smallmouth on those crankbaits, but hey, he didn't lose that one.
He's in the region of Champlain where it goes down at times on that bait.
Keeper there. Chris Johnston still on top, just back and forth between him and Jacob Foutz. Ed Loughran having joined the fray there in the top 3. Corey Johnston made his appearance in the top 10 a good while back. And Will Davis Jr. watching all these and more. Semifinal Sunday.
You know, it's funny, over the years, different lakes have always treated me well. This lake in the past has worked for me. Typically, though, I come up here and I fish smallmouth.
There's nothing I'd rather catch than a big smallmouth, so.
It's kind of odd for a southern boy from Kentucky Lake to come up here and do well, but these northern lakes, man, they really seem to fit my style fish.
Lake Champlain, man, I mean, 110 miles of fishable water. Yeah, but you can catch 4-pound smallmouth up north, you can catch 4-pound largemouth down south. The having fun and freestyle fishing comes into play because you just have so many different options. Whatever feels right to you, you could go and do and be successful.
BMC on point, and our anglers, oh, they want to be here. They want every day of fishing they can get here at Champlain, also next week at the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. They don't want to have to leave. That's why they're fighting so hard to make it into the top 5. Squeeze one more day out of this tournament here. It mean a lot to them, and plus all the fun, that's the big side benefit.
Heard a lot of anglers yesterday. Unfortunate that they missed the cup, but so many of them said, man, I just would like to go fishing out there again today.
Yeah. Trout's hooked up. Looked like a big one.
Oh, it does. So if he gets this one in the boat, he has lost several nice fish. Wind picking up where he's at now, so.
Yeah, big contrast. We showed that sort of montage of him earlier in the day with his screen and everything. It's a different world than it was at 7:45 in the morning.
Yes. Hard to tell. I think it's the biggest fish he's had on yet today.
Sure looks like it. Yeah, he's not as big as in hand as he was in the water.
Oh, but he would have been a 4-pounder if he lost him. We would have been.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Not quite what we want, but.
It's the ones that are lighter color, the gold look to them, seem to make them look bigger to me.
It makes them look taller
just
and
glow
wider.
more in the water.
Those stripes, the stripe ones, the splotch ones, they
all look bigger.
That adds a little couple ounces, but the solid brown one, you know, they just don't. Those darker ones don't look as.
His smallest is at 215 on Bass Track, so give him a little bit of help.
Chris Zaldain for our leader to start the day. It's been a little slow so far. Hooked up now.
made a move. This is where he caught some fish yesterday afternoon.
Not big. Not big. Come on, guy. Ow.
Quite the size that we saw him catching yesterday at this time.
Yeah, Foutz's last fish was a 3 pound 6 ounce. He's 2 ounces behind Chris Johnston.
Wow. There you can see it as our Bass Track weights are displayed for you right there. That difference between first and second, top 10. That's where you want to be. And the man who was the day one leader, Seth Bider, has fished his way for now back into that top 10. And Chris Zaldain, who started with the lead today, just ahead of Seth Bider. Matt Robertson in that bottom 3 as well. Looking to get in, JT Tompkins, Caleb Sumrall, saw him catch one moments ago. Lee Livesey appearing a little bit higher on the leaderboard than before. Carl Jochimson, Patrick Walters.
He had a real fast start this morning. Patrick did.
Yeah,
Slowed just a little, but
kind of moderated now. Kobe Krieger, big day yesterday and this morning early.
Bob Downey, big jump from 41st.
Yeah.
Helping his classic chances. We missed an event.
Oh, it's going to be so close on that top 10. It's just where you are when the carousel stops this afternoon. Back to Zaldain.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. Finally. Look how deformed this bass is. So yeah, update. My first smallmouth spot wasn't cracking like it was the first day, so we had to bail on that. That gives me like 4 hours to fish this area. Got largemouth over here, smallmouth in the middle, largemouth over there. This is more like it. Look at it, it's a dirt bass.
Reminds me of that oil. Hey, good, one gonna feed.
Yeah. $340. I'm gonna do some serious culling in here.
Well,
3 1/4, yep.
340 for about a 2 1/4. That's a good upgrade for him.
Big contrast between the look of today and the look of yesterday. You see the sunshine out there, that huge mud line. Had him stage there at what he called it. Very common community hole.
Yes.
Popular spot to fish.
Absolutely, and the weather that came through on Friday and then the wind direction yesterday made it the perfect storm for Chris Zaldain there. It made it difficult for him to be able to stay where he needed to make the right cast with the waves, but that current that was created from the wind direction in particular was a big deal for Chris yesterday, and it's not that direction and not as much today. So he has made a move to this place a few miles away and just caught his best fish of the morning. Yesterday that was his biggest largemouth.
That swim bait bite feels so good.
On swim bait. See his reaction here. What a bite.
Yeah.
Chris Zaldain doing a great job yesterday. I think he said 7 boats started in that first place with him, and he just did a good job of finding the right cast to make where those fish were set up because of the change in water clarity and the current that was created by the wind yesterday morning.
He just filled us in on this spot. It says to the extreme sides of each one, he's got largemouth and smallmouth in the middle. Make a move out to Robert G. Haven't spent much time with Robert today. Started the day in 10th place, and now he's all the way down to 26. Been slow.
Come here. Holy crap. It's a decent one. Yeah. Better than nothing.
Slower day, but still a lot of time to go for Robert G. The bar that Chris Johnston and Jacob Foutz have set this morning.
Hard to fish out here.
Everything seems slow compared to them.
Right. The first one's at 3:15, so
that's why it's good to know that
don't hit me
everyone has 8 hours, and you're looking for the 5 biggest fish. If you get it done in the first hour, good for you. But if you take all 8 hours to do it, it weighs the same at 3 o'clock.
Well, coming up next week to St. Lawrence, I think we're going to have another Bassmaster gathering there, a workshop there for females interested in bass fishing. You probably know some women who love bass fishing, are passionate about it. This is a way to sort of ignite that, connect with it a little bit more, and learn a whole lot more. These workshops teach you every aspect of the sport, from tackle, casting, and finding fish, catching fish, also the industry, opportunities within the industry for women anglers. Just snap on the QR code there and get hooked up with Bassmaster and be a part of it all right here on Bassmaster.com, sponsored by Toyota. It's the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Oh, what a paradise up here. Paradise for bass anglers, that is for sure. This super productive giant body of water known as Lake Champlain, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide. In points here, started out kind of a sunny day, a little bit calmer than it has been for the past 3 days, but that's changed during the course of the day. Look at that. Action out there on the water right now. We've got kind of an iron gray sky, a little patch of sunshine every now and then. Boy, we've got the wind has come up and out of it. We think maybe a more northerly direction, but that has certainly made things a little rougher out there for our anglers, guys like this.
Yeah, those Johnston. Waves start coming over in front of the boat while you're just sitting there fishing is makes things a little more difficult for these anglers, especially if they're using their electronics, their sonar in any form or fashion. When the transducers are out of the water, it makes it more difficult.
Let's get over to Robert G. Davey, not as much sunshine today. Does that hurt the smallmouth fishing a little bit?
It does a little bit, especially for those anglers that are fishing shallower. It seems like the sun really helps those shallower fish want to roam and move and become, more aggressive sight feeders. The depth that we see Jacob Foutz and Chris Johnston fishing 40, 45, 50 feet deep, it doesn't change
really.
many things.
It doesn't get that far down.
Right.
Robert G down in 22nd place. A couple of good ones would be timely for him. His mission is to climb back into the top 10.
I mean, it had to slow down a little bit for him today. Yesterday, they were literally jumping in his boat.
Yes.
Can't expect that every day.
Come back down to earth at some point.
Yes. Good size.
There we go, buddy.
There we go.
Pretty good one.
touched on it right before break, Ronnie. You just have to keep in mind you can only bring 5 to the scales. You don't have to catch 100 fish a day. Just
that's his
be
third
around the
fish.
right size.
That's his third fish, and they're all over 3 pounds.
Yeah.
315 was his first.
We've seen that. I mean, it's harder to differentiate that on Champlain. Everyone's going after quality, and there's so many 3+ pounders that it's different. But you'll see those anglers in other tournaments on other lakes where they're catching 100 2-pounders in a day. And at the end of the day, they have 10 to 12 pounds. And the guy got 6 bites, landed 5 of them, comes in with 18. It's like, I like the security of getting bit, but boy, when everyone you catch is one you want to keep, that's a good thing.
He seemed to knock out the smaller ones at Smith Lake, too, when he got second. He was targeting the bigs and caught more bigs.
Definitely. Yeah, you think of the security of catching so many, but really it's a false sense of security on a place like this because 2-pounders do you no good.
Yeah, you can burn them down because you won't be fishing on day 3 if you do that.
Look at the waves. They are really, really getting bigger there for Chris Johnston.
You would think the biggest ones would be eating right now in this wind and they'd be aggressive, but not the case at all. They're actually harder to catch right now than they were yesterday. It's borderline if I can go into the wind or not. I got a long shaft trolling motor, and if I can go into the wind, I can present my bait a little better because I can move slower if I'm... Hold on. There's one 47 feet down I gotta try and drop my bait on.
Wow. That's a challenge in that wind.
Very, very tricky.
There it is.
There's his
the
bait.
single
It's
ones,
right on target.
Which is what this one is.
Oh, it helps a lot when they swim up.
Can be a lot better size.
I think he missed it.
See if we can trick this one. You should see it.
Oh yeah, he made another cast.
Yep.
This one's right on. Right on.
He's going to get him. It looked like it for a minute.
Yeah.
Until we lost the picture.
Oh, he put the bait right where it needed to be. I thought he was going to get that one to bite.
All of these anglers know how to catch smallmouth. All these anglers know how to fish at a high level. Being able to control and position your boat in these waves, that's what often separates somebody like Chris Johnston from even the second best angler in the tournament. Like just subtle thing. You're efficient for 1 more minute than your competitor. That's a good thing.
Boat control has always been a big factor. It doesn't matter if you're offshore or around boat docks or flipping laydowns like Seth Fighter was on day 1. I mean, boat control is a big part of what makes these guys successful or not. And it's taken for granted. I mean, it's good that you mentioned, Ronnie, because so many times you watch this on TV and you're like, yeah, well, yeah, but then you get out there on Lake Champlain in these conditions and try to do it. It's very different. It's not easy.
Come on.
He's headed right for the one on the right.
It looks like a bigger fish, but
they're not just going after it hard. They're not coming up to meet it.
The difference between where Chris is and Jacob, those little small groups that Jacob is targeting, when he sees those groups, like every time it seems like he gets a bite. He has lost a few of them, but he gets a bite. These singles that Chris is targeting, they're not nearly as easy.
Guess who's knocking on the door for his 5th consecutive top 10? Jay Shakira just landed a fish. He's up to 12th place after a 3.5 pounder.
Shocker right there.
He was 27th. He had a slow day 2. After 20 pounds on day 1, he had 17 and change.
His slow periods don't last long.
They sure don't.
His down days are
or
most
few
guys'
and
up
far
days.
There's another fish for Jacob Foutz. Smallest fish being 3-4. That's going to be real close. Probably not.
Nope.
Yep, there's about 80 guys that would like to have had that one.
Oh, yeah. And Matt Robertson hovering around that 10th place position for most of today.
Get out, big one.
That one got it right about the time it hit the water.
Way. Nice one. I'll take him. Definitely a good call.
Got 102 pounds.
Well, maybe we won't go smallmouth fishing, baby. Nice one.
You mentioned it, Suits. Jay Shakir making that move, not only in this tournament, 12th, but we got to remember he was just in that second tier of anglers for AOY. He's now up to 5th within 20 points or 25 points.
We've had a little movement in AOY.
And certainly have to know that he's going to catch him next week.
Next week. He's no fear.
No doubt.
No fear from him next week.
50, as we say, out there today, all shooting for the top 10 spots so they can fish tomorrow, Championship Monday. The way they're spread out across some gigantic Lake Champlain there. We're in the boat with 10 of them all day long, including that man right there, Ed Loughran, started the day in 2nd place. Hanging in there as it stands right now. In fact, very well. 3rd place for Ed Loughran. Got a Chris Johnston on top, followed by Jacob Foutz. All these guys doing their very best, and we'll be right back in just a minute. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain, 50 of the best of in the business. Going after it today, Skeeter Boats sponsoring our live coverage. Started out with 101 anglers. They fished for the full field for 2 days, and now we're down to these 50 fishing for that list right there. You want to be there at the end of the day. Top 10, Chris Johnston of Canada leading the way, Jacob Foutz. Note those guys catching them really good. Both of them have 17 and change. That's good at this part of the day. And it goes all the way down to Matt Robertson in a precarious position of 10th as it stands now. We got a lot of guys hoping for something to turn up, so they can mount a charge, somehow break through into that top 10. Jacob Foutz, though, he has done his job today. He has stayed at or right below the top spot, and catching him steady.
And I like Davey that he's not in those areas that get heavily pressured. He's in a different region of Champlain.
I'd say he's in the hottest region right now.
Boy.
He is, every time we go to him, he is either hooked up or about to hook up.
Little AOY update. Hamner caught a nice one. He's in the 20s. Johnston leading. He and Foutz came in 39 points back of Justin Hamner. They've passed Trey McKinney, who's fallen down a little bit. Johnston is 17 points back, and Foutz is 18 back. So we may go to St. Lawrence with a really tight race.
Yeah, gosh, man, that's we go down to the end.
It would be very interesting if we go to the St. Lawrence with Chris Johnston's history there. If he's leading or within a point or two, how gratifying would it be to, if you did win AOY and you had to beat Chris Johnston at the St. Lawrence River to do that.
Hammer-held them off.
It would add to, I mean, not that you need to add to the Angler B.A.S.S. Angler of the Year trophy, but I mean, it would add some extra meaning to whoever, if they could do that.
That one's got a little heft to it.
Wide sides.
Not real long, but they work.
That was my first thought. And my second thought was, how are Corey and Chris going to work together like they normally do, with the thought of wanting to win the St. Lawrence, which is the first and foremost. When the schedule comes out, I don't think they think Angler of the Year. They think, I want to win the St. Lawrence, and then we'll take care of the Angler of the Year. And so if they're both trying to shoot for the win, how do they share, or when does Corey say, you know what, you go win AOI?
That's why I mentioned that earlier. It's different than I would have thought now that I've gotten to know them. By day 3 or 4, they'll start like, hey, you've got a bigger picture, more opportunities than I have. But day 1 and 2, it's you're on your own, bud.
Yeah.
Kind of attitude. It's worked real well for them through the years, but. But this is a bigger trophy of,
no doubt,
than anything that they've
Chris said
worked towards before.
What he thinks is the biggest award in bass fishing on stage yesterday. It'll also be interesting with them knowing so much about it. A lot of our elite guys knowing so much, with Trey McKinney being a rookie and not ever really being there other than last year for the Open, and he went pre-practice. That 2 days of practice, that's a big body of water. If you even spend 4 hours in the river, but your plan is to go to the lake, you might as well have just wasted 4 hours. Like if you're going to the lake, that's the thing. But you want to have tangible spots if it does blow and it's hard to get out on the lake, that you got some,
That one did afford an upgrade for Jacob Foutz. Now he's in first place. Just a few ounces, handful of ounces ahead of Chris Johnston. Now you talk about the top 7 or the top 8 when we get up there. Is there someone who's, depending on the progression day to day, who's going to say, look, maybe my only hope is to stay in the river and expect difficulties for those that go down to Ontario? Is that going to be a possible scenario?
I think there will be a lot of different strategies because of where you are, and only having 2 days of practice. If people were tuning in earlier in the week, we lost the day, so we're going to have a championship Monday, which means instead of 3 days of practice, they've only got 2. That changes your strategies also.
It's going to be interesting.
I do like that those fish won't get pressured for an extra day. Like you only have 2 days of heat to find them, and I doubt you're going to catch one out of a school and continue to pound it with 2 days. You're going to go, where's the next school? Where's the next school? I got to go.
Chris Johnston hooked up. I mean,
well, it was fun to watch the end of it last year with Kyle Welcher. He didn't lay off. I mean, he even had boat trouble and got in his boat after losing an hour or so and headed straight out to the lake.
To your point, though, Tommy, do you run to the lake knowing I've got to beat Chris Johnston in that lake? Or do you, I'm not saying anyone hopes that someone has
you just play the risk management.
Yeah, the only chance I've got to beat him is that lake trip is going to cause problems. And if I stay in the river and weigh in 18 or 19 pounds, then that's the way I could actually win.
Will be interesting.
Foutz takes the lead, and Chris Johnston may take it back, but
Chris Johnston looks like he might have a little small upgrade here. He needs 4 ounces to tie Jacob Foutz. Smallest fish is 3-4.
Looked exactly like the one Foutz.
There's a ton of them down there, but they're hard to trick. My scale bounces by ½ pound, so in these waves you cannot get an accurate weight. Doesn't matter what scale you have. Come on, Lock.
brings up the thought, at what point do you go back to a balance beam?
Yeah.
If the scale is bouncing a half pound.
Yeah, important ounces at stake there. Don't want to throw something back that's could have afforded you some.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it's about just under 3 3/4.
Okay.
Get rid of
half pound, 6 ounces, something like that.
It's about 18 and a half.
He will be back in the lead.
Yeah.
Tommy, Davey, I will present something different than you just said about having to beat Chris. I'm more worried about the lap traffic in NASCAR. When you're racing at the front, it's not if I can beat that guy, it's who's going to get in my way. If you don't go to the lake and 10 other guys that aren't in the race do, and they're between you, they've beat you. I'm not trying to beat Chris. I'm trying to hold him off by 10 or 15 spots. But that's the thing.
That's why Chris throws a whole different dynamic to this.
Oh, no
He's
doubt.
not going to, there's not going to be a lot of lap traffic between Chris Johnston and other people. He's going, look at his history. I mean, he's going, you have to count on him being top 10, top 5.
Yeah. I don't need to beat him. I just need to be top 20.
Foutz and Johnston neck and neck here at Loughran and Matt Robertson. Matt Robertson moving up big time. Up into the 4th spot. We'll be right back to Champlain. Semi-final Sunday here at the Tackle Warehouse, Bassmaster Elite, Plattsburgh, New York. It's our fantastic host city for Lake Champlain. Magnificent Lake Champlain, huge, vast, and what a bass fishing mecca it is. It has been terrific. We've got a little bit change in conditions these anglers are having to deal with today. They'll have to roll with it, figure it out. Caused a bit of a slowdown the past, say, 40 minutes or so, but somebody's going to break through and start to mount a charge on that top 10. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day. And you can get out there and try again tomorrow. See if you could catch one of those blue trophies. Ed Loughran looking for his first victory at the elite level. 30 years fishing Bassmaster events.
He's in a nice little protected area down south, too. Very different looking than what we've been watching with Jacob and Chris.
He will not like that run, though. When he pokes his head out in the main drag.
There we go.
Well,
Largemouth.
Might be almost a 3-pounder. Or 2 3/4. At least it'll help a little. Yeah, I think that's right. It'll help a little bit.
The most accurate man in bass fishing on his weights. His scale and culling. His weights and culling process keeps him on point.
Well, he goes to where there's no wind to weigh his fish. You don't have to worry about it. Chris Johnson just stays out there. I mean,
yeah, he's gonna. Chris will be lucky to be within 5 pounds of what it actually is.
The green or red, it doesn't really matter.
Well, Ed Loughran, who's been on the bench for the past 2 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, both of our stops in Alabama. So, man, what a comeback from a health issue right there. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, as we get further on, closer to the midpoint of our day here. And David, the conditions, I didn't see this big a change coming up in the conditions today.
No, I certainly didn't either. And the weather is always a factor when you come to a lake like this. You come to Lake Champlain, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide. But the north wind that has picked up today is certainly affecting the way some of these anglers can fish. We just saw Ed Loughran. He's catching largemouth. He's protected. That's got to be at his advantage today. But here's the big thing. These weights are so close, Tommy. Every single ounce counts so much, and the rest of this day is going to be so exciting. Everyone wants to try to make that top 10 to have a chance to win, but with Angler of the Year as close as it is, Rookie of the Year as close as it is, it's going to be right down to the last cast.
And right there, that 10th spot right there. You don't want to be off 4 or 5 ounces when you weigh your fish, because that could cost you a day of fishing, which could really, really help you.
Guys, I wanted to talk about that at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, how tight the weights have been. There are anglers sitting at home watching today's broadcast, waiting to go get ready at the St. Lawrence River, and they had 18 to 18 and a half pounds a day, and they missed the cut. That is great weight everywhere. It actually beats last year's mark at Lake Champlain, and that set records that we hadn't seen previously before either. But when we think about Falcon rods drain the lake, and you're trying to figure out who you put on your team, you're not only trying to figure out guys who are they going to largemouth bass fish, are they going to smallmouth fish, but they need to be your heavy hitters. They need to be the guys that can bring in 20-pound bags, because you're going to see more here this week than every lake this season on the Elite Series except for Lake Fork, which was our highest weight ever. 20 pounds so far. Comparing last year to this year, day one we had 17 last year and 23 20-pound bags. So 40 over the first 2 days. We're just under that mark right now with 38 20-pound bags after day one and day two. We only need 7 more 20-pound bags this weekend to be able to be the second most 20-pound bags this season. I'd expect, though, what's very interesting is the 20-pound bags do not translate to the cut weight. Our cut weight to make today's fishing day, the top 50, much higher than it was last year, almost a pound higher for the 2 days of fishing. So 20-pound bags, very, very similar, but overall the weight at Champlain for your team, there's a lot of guys who caught them this week for your team that aren't fishing. But Davey, I will have to say, all 8 of my Drain the Lake anglers fishing today. So
congratulations.
Yeah. Both my slackers yesterday picked it up and brought it in.
I ribbed on you just a little bit. I knew that would motivate you and get those guys going.
Well, you guys have shamed me into not showing my roster up there anymore because it has been so bad. But when it's good, I got to say something.
We didn't shame you.
No, oh, that's right. Z-Train shamed me earlier this year.
Robert G. starting in 10th place today, down to 20th. Got to have some good things to start happening before too many more minutes pass.
There we go. Whew. That's his 5th fish, which is all that goes to the bottom line, so it'll help him a lot. So
3 pounds, he's back in our top 10. There he is.
How about that? A lot of Robert G. on the last time we were with you here on the Bassmaster, Smith Lake in Alabama. That was a spotted bass event right there. This young man from Tennessee proved he could hang with the pros, because he is one. He's one in good standing. A great season for this rookie from Tennessee.
Yeah, this is in Alabama catching those spotted bass, but Robert G's approach very similar. He's fishing an area, a deeper area away from a lot of the other anglers, not catching as many fish as a lot of the other anglers that he was competing against, but size matters with those biggest 5 fish, and he almost got it done. And it took the biggest string of the tournament from Taku to keep him from winning his first blue trophy.
He's kind of on the same program, Tommy. A lot of anglers were catching 40 to 50. Cody Huff was catching 100 fish a day. He was catching 10. Yeah. That is exactly what he's doing here. What we saw yesterday, he didn't catch many, but the right size today. He just caught his 5th fish 4 hours into the competition day. Roberts, hey, he says they don't pay you for how many you catch. They pay you for how big they are.
That's
so
right.
I'll go on that program.
Let's get back over to Greg DePalma. Caught a good one about 35 minutes ago for us. Helped his cause a little bit, but still got to get more done. Get back up into that top 10.
Yeah, 11th place is not quite where you want to be.
No. Carl Jacobson just culled twice. He's up to 19 pounds from 48th to 13th. The Australian.
Big move for him.
Yeah, him and Lee Livesey down there starting outside the top 10, both with big days today.
That's okay. It'll give me number 5. This is crazy. Like, I casted out so freaking many of these things. I mean, it's a 3-something, I think. If I had to guess. I had a big one go like right to it, dude, and like just followed it, and I couldn't get it, so I kept following that one out.
He takes his time with these fish.
Not going to get in a hurry.
He said 20 of them made me throw at him. I'm going to take my time when I finally coax one.
What's the limit?
It's going to help him.
A little short, but
yeah, I just noticed
got
that.
a little weight on him.
Yeah.
We'll see.
What'd you say about me, Tommy?
What's that?
Short, but I got a little weight on me. Is that what you said? Oh, you were talking about the fish.
The
My bad.
fish. The
Sorry.
fish. Of course.
Sorry.
Let's get out to Chris Zaldain.
Day 2 leader, fallen to 8th so far.
Nice largemouth.
Yeah, he's slid down to his largemouth part of that area.
He's caught 2 4+ pound largemouth each day, so you may see most of his time spent smallmouth fishing, but 2 very important fish. 40% of his weight this week coming with largemouth.
A little bit different approach than what we saw Chris using yesterday. It was different conditions yesterday, that's to be sure.
Yeah, most of his fish yesterday were that Carolina rig and the swim bait and the glide bait.
Yep.
Mixing it up a little more today with a jig head minnow and
a little more vertical.
Yep.
That's a good one. That's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stay on there, girl.
Smallest fish, 2.8.
Watch that one eat it.
Definitely
dude.
bigger than that.
Ah, stay. Yes, needed that one.
Oh yeah, that's a big help.
Power shot.
Big help for Chris
Needed that,
Zaldain.
boys. Back in the game.
Largemouth factor
Back
is
in the game.
kicking in again for Chris
Slow down
Zaldain.
a little bit.
Not so much today, but yesterday we saw why he's such a popular angler to watch. Throws big baits for big bass. The people love that, and he loves the sport back.
Fox Sports Live, you know, they are delivering the fun. Although we're doing this out here for a living to make money, it's fun to bass fish. So whether you're competing in a tournament, taking your wife out, taking your kids out, or out there with your friends, bass fishing is fun. Fox Sports, thank you for showing that.
So good. You're just reeling along and it's going left to right. Boom! Woo! Oh!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome in on location coverage along the shores of Lake Champlain in the great state of New York, where we're going to finish the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 back-to-back events. This one, the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. And this kind of rare semifinal Sunday, the 3rd one this year. We have been plagued with bad weather that have delayed days, and that's the scene this week. 50 anglers remain on a Sunday, normally down to 10, but those 10 will compete on Championship Monday on Lake Champlain, which it doesn't matter where you're from, what part of the country, what part of the world. This is one of the events that people circle on their calendar. Can't wait to get to Lake Champlain. Truly an incredible aquatic playground for both largemouth and smallmouth bass, and we have seen that this week. Atop the leaderboard, Chris Johnston, the very first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, trying to make history and become the very first Canadian ever to win the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. It's all on the line in these last few events. Points are worth the exact same as they are earlier in the season, but it feels like a lot more because everybody's trying to make something, and I'm just happy that my guest here today, Wesley Logan, made it here today because, we talked about a lot of the highlights that happened on the water. You had a bit of a low light yesterday, a tough break for you, had an accident on the water. Tell me what happened, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I'm blessed to be standing here. I got to give a shout out to Precision Sonar. They make a thing you can put on your engine called the leash, and I 100% would probably not be here right now if that hadn't been on my boat. And the motor ended up coming loose, detached from the boat, and that leash actually kept it from coming up in the boat, which we all know that probably wouldn't have ended well. But I basically was just running across the lake from the New York banks, the land side, actually towards, if you're familiar with Champlain, the gut, just right around the corner from here, right above where the ferry crosses. And they think that they found a big platform out there a little while later after everything had went down. They think I may have hit it in a wave, and it kind of just kicked me sideways up in the air. And when I landed, it threw me in a 360, threw me over to the passenger side. I hit my head on the side of the gunnel. I busted my chin on the grab rail. I didn't realize this, but I looked back we watched the GoPro, and it actually hit, like I hit twice. Like I hit, and then I hit again. And it never really knocked me out, I don't think, but I got up and I obviously felt my head, and I could feel like inside my head, I'm like, this probably isn't good. And I got some rags, and every time I would take the rag off, like it would be like basically coming out of my head onto the deck of my boat. And I'm like, I gotta get to the bank somehow. I got in touch with Lisa and got a boat out there, and everybody got me back. But it was an interesting day for sure.
An interesting day, and thank God you had that leash on there. Thank God, obviously, we have precautions like kill switches and things like that that you have to have hooked up when you're competing.
Yep.
Got safe. We had high winds the day before, and that most likely was the reason that there was a floating dock, a platform, something like that out there.
I mean, and there was big trees out out here in the bay. There was a sailboat up there on the bank. It was a rough storm for sure. Especially, I guess it would have been Friday afternoon. Like the wind got really bad, some stuff got broke loose, trees were down, and I mean, it wasn't anybody's fault. Like I don't think I did anything wrong. It wasn't anybody's fault if their platform was out in the middle of the lake. Like it was just a freak accident. And again, I mean, thankfully I'm still here to talk about it, and maybe it'll raise a little bit of awareness that we do need to, like, obviously we run around as fast as we can, and I was trying to get to where I needed to go quickly, but I'm just like I said, I'm just grateful to be here for sure.
Grateful to have you here. A great lesson, and hey, proving that tournament anglers are some of the toughest in the game. You know, a hockey player loses a tooth, they get back out there. He got like 20, 30 stitches, got back on the water, filled his limit, and very narrowly missed the top 50 cut. And that might be the most important fish you've caught all year when it comes down to classic points, when this all shakes out.
Yeah, it very well could be. And I know we're watching Robert here. He's catching them very good. I believe he's in the inland sea. But, I mean, that fit, like when I got to the hospital, I wasn't being mean to the nurses and the doctors, but I was just kind of getting them the sense of urgency. Like, I got to get back out there to catch one more. And obviously they were able to get me back for about an hour, and it definitely paid off.
Wow, incredible. I mean, after weigh-in yesterday, I imagine a little shaky.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't really hurting that bad. I guess I had so much adrenaline when they got me back here to the ramp. I jumped in the boat, and I got about halfway to the point right there at Plattsburgh, and like everything started hurting. I was like, because I guess I started thinking about fishing, and the adrenaline was gone, and everything on my body was hurting. I was like, I just need to catch one more, and it wasn't 5 minutes when I put trolling down. I caught a 3-pounder, and I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Because the difference in, like we were talking about a minute ago, the ounces here, and to actually gain 3 more pounds onto what I had, I think it ended up saving me like 27 points. So that's a big one there.
Smallest fish, 2 pounds, 8 ounces.
It's not anymore.
No.
Just got a colorway.
He has I mean, we've talked a lot about the rookies this year, but Robert G has had an incredible year. But, man, he has not just been making cuts. He's been threatening to win several tournaments already.
Yeah, it's like when he catches them, like he's top 10 catching them.
Yeah.
It's not like 50s and 40s. Like when he finds an area, it seems like he's really good at finding an area with like the bigger quality fish, like the Smith Lake, for example. Like everybody knew the bigger ones were down there by the dam, but he was actually able to figure out how to get them to bite. So he definitely, when he can find the right area, he knows how to catch them also.
Now over to Chris Zaldain, who simply said yesterday, if you want to catch the big ones, you got to fish for them.
I mean, that's about as simple as it can get, I guess. That sounds so easy. But he does he throws big baits, and, I mean, he's obviously fishing to win for sure.
Hooked up live.
A little better. That's a cold fish. Glide bait 3-pounder.
Like you said earlier, largemouth are playing so much more.
They're gonna start to bite here, especially when that wind starts going that way.
Chris Zaldain over to Chris Johnston.
Why is every time Chris gets on TV, there's like 4-foot waves everywhere?
That's where he fishes.
It's like he goes and looks for it. Like, okay, biggest waves are right here. I'm going to fish right here. It's like it doesn't even bother them.
No.
It's so wild. I guess they're just so used to it.
It's on the heavy head, and I don't like hooking them on it. The diesel one. Not a giant though.
Heard him say he doesn't like hooking them on that heavy head. I was with him when he was tying it on this morning, and he said they eat it, but man, that heavier weight just easier for them to throw it.
Yeah, they have so much leverage. But I mean, in waves like that, like you can't get away with a light head. It'll never get to them. And you can be so much more efficient with your cast with it being heavier because it'll just sink in those waves a lot faster.
Ain't bad. I don't know if you'll help.
Canadian throwing a deep.
Wes is not allowed to laugh. You can't see this, but he grimaces every time he laughs.
I have no idea what's
nothing
going
but
on
serious
here
for the rest of the segment.
To be honest.
Well, seeing those waves out there, Wes, it might have been a good thing that you just narrowly missed the cut, because I know you'd be out there.
Oh yeah, I would have 100% went.
Well, we're not going anywhere. We'll be back shortly atop the leaderboard. Chris Johnston, Jacob Foutz, both of them battling it out for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But before we worry about that, they're battling it out here at the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite. I always say Sunday's my favorite day of the week, but it's normally Championship Sunday. This week we're going to have Championship Monday, but that a great look at our playing field, Lake Champlain, and how our top 50 anglers are spread out across this incredible playing field. And Wes, it feels like this fishery is one of those fisheries that you're out there fishing, you look at the point, you're like, I'll just go up to that point, but everything's a lot further than you think.
Oh yeah, it's unreal. Like you'll look on your map and like I'm gonna run up here and check this real quick, and it literally will take you 15 minutes to get there. So you kind of have to like decide where you're going to spend the day, because you'll end up running all your time away.
Well, we're going to our Yamaha midday report and kicking things off with Matt Robertson. Good to see him in contention. Uncharacteristically tough season he's had this year, but showing up on Champlain, and not a shocker, made a top 10 here last year.
Yeah, he's definitely, but like we can see here, he's obviously fishing for largemouth, and he fished for smallmouth the first day because we kind of fished around each other for a minute, but he's obviously changed gears, and it's still working out for him.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, Blackie.
Matt Robertson always puts on a show, no matter what.
For sure, absolutely. Don't you like seeing them crack them on that flipping stick, though?
Nice one.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he just seems happier.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
go 30-something.
I know I would be.
A lot of people, when they first met Matt Robertson, thought, I mean, he just makes jokes and stuff.
No, he's a hammer.
He is a
catch
hammer.
him everywhere he goes.
Here's another guy who catches him everywhere he goes. Made a top 5 in his very first Elite Series event. Has made a couple of them. Came close to winning. And once again in contention in 5th place in Knoxville, Tennessee's Robert G. He's a little ball of, I call you the little ball of hate. He's a little ball of energy. Like he just,
Holy crap.
I'm still trying, he's like the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah. He's always seems to be like in a good mood every time I've been around him, though. He's just always happy. All right. Which if I was catching him like he does all the time, I think a lot of people would be.
Good point. I don't think you're allowed to be down around his house. I mean, his mom, cheerleader, and it's not hard to tell she was a cheerleader because she's does a lot of cheering for him at all these events. But his family has traveled with him this year, his rookie season, and he has delivered in a big, big way.
Definitely can't replace that family support, especially on the road.
Yeah, you're a prime example of that. I mean, your family makes a lot of events.
They do. I'm very blessed and fortunate for that.
Robert G has been close a couple of times in his rookie season, but a guy who's been close many times, Chris Zaldain, has literally had the winning fish at his fingertips at several Elite Series events. 2 Bassmaster wins, but chasing his first regular season Elite Series victory. Unique story, that big swim bait that he's catching a lot of fish on. He told me this morning, we've talked about Aaron Martins a lot this week. This was the scene of his last Bassmaster win. The scene of his last ever competitive tournament was on Lake Champlain. The bait that he's using, him and Aaron Martins had kind of a contest of who gets it 8 years ago, and he said that's the bait.
Oh my God! I mean, that's just incredible how storylines fall into place like that.
A little better.
A lot of stories going on this week.
For sure.
But
check this out.
Back on the Bassmaster Elite Series, missed a couple of events due to medical abscess.
Yeah, whatever. We'll roll with it.
But back and on the scene of the event where he made his first ever top 10, made it on Lake Champlain, made a couple earlier this year. But man, this time he's doing it with largemouth.
Yeah. I know he made a couple Instagram posts right before the tournament. He just by the words he was using, I think he kind of thought he was about to catch him or he had something figured out for sure, but it definitely seems like he's got something special going on. Obviously in a totally different area than we've normally seen in the past.
The barrister is laying the law this week.
And left alone.
Yeah, and that seems to be, I mean, when he was catching smallmouth, he was in the area all by himself.
Yeah.
Will help.
Definitely seems like he tries to find that off-the-wall stuff.
From the barrister, Ed Loughran, to a guy who self-admittedly painted a target on his back in the off-season and said, hey, the more pressure I deliver. And he had a great line on stage yesterday. He said, pressure is a privilege. And man, he has had a privileged season because he is threatening to win this event and threatening to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Yeah, he for sure, he went out there and, stuck his neck out kind of, but I mean, he's obviously prospered with the pressure. And I mean, some people can handle it. And I mean, hats off to him for doing that. But this one kind of set up in his wheelhouse, and we all knew it. So it's not a surprise to see Jacob near the top. I mean, he had a chance to win last year also.
And he's going to have a shot next week.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to count him out.
No. He is, in this whole season, I mean, he has delivered event after event, and it really, I looked at him this morning because this morning's so pivotal. I mean, this morning, today, we're all talking about these points and how tight they are, but if you don't catch them today, all of a sudden, you're not part of that conversation moving in the next event. You expect to see a little bit of pressure on him, but I mean, he was calm, relaxed.
That's a dangerous guy right there.
Very dangerous. And he was that way when this guy was literally tied up right behind him, and that is Chris Johnston. And he is one that I don't care who you are in that Angler of the Year race. You really just don't want him sticking his nose in the mix going to the St.
Especially
Lawrence
where
River.
We're going next week. Like it's almost like a lock for him and his brother to be near that top 5. And if he's got a chance, he's obviously going to pull out all the cards, all the tricks that he knows, and they know quite a few of them where we're headed.
They sure do have made. I'm going to say they got to be close in on $1 million that they've made off of the St. Lawrence River. Over the years, not just through bass, but through everything. They have absolutely dominated that fishery for years and years. But they say it's getting a lot harder. Technology's made it a lot harder. Experience has made it a lot harder. We've gone so many times now.
That's right. That's right. You still, even with us going there so many times, they've got 25, 30 years on people. So, and the thing about, out there on the lake, those rocks don't move. They stay. It's not like grass or anything like that. Those special boulders are in the same place year after year. So, but yes, the technology does make the other guys a lot more competitive with them.
Now to Chris Johnston live on the water. That got you all caught up with what's been happening on the water. And Chris was right to tie on that heavier head because they need it today.
Yeah.
That's their big advantage, I think, that nobody looks at. And you mentioned already how comfortable they are in the rough stuff. But when you watch them, it's kind of like watching Lee Livesey land an 8-pounder on Lake Fork.
Yeah,
he lands an 8-pounder.
Yeah, it's like they're used to it. Like if you get at me out there in those 3.5 footers, I'm just trying to keep my boat where I can see, and it's just like second nature to them. It doesn't bother them. And one thing about the Johnstons that you can always tell, they don't ever lose them. They hardly ever come off.
Why did you say that?
He ain't gonna lose it. He ain't gonna lose it. He come off.
Are you Wes Logan? Are you?
I'll mic drop that one. I'll leave.
You better not get close to the shores of Canada next week. I'm
done.
Just going to tell you.
The Canadian mob is on. I have a target on my back now.
You can't say that while he's fighting the fish.
Golly.
I can't believe this. They never lose them.
It's the heavier head. It's what he said.
Wait till he finds out what you said.
Oh, I know.
Oh. Painful fish loss. And you can see that from his reaction. Pretty emotionless angler. You don't see him good, bad, or indifferent.
They're pretty business-like for sure.
Well, let's not try to ruin any other anglers'
Let's not say that no more.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Come on, Robert, bring us back. Get us back. Get the train back on the tracks.
All of a sudden, you've become a cheerleader.
Yeah.
He came so close to winning Toledo Bend, obviously so close to winning our last event, which Takumi won.
What a final day that was.
Wow. That was a situation where Robert did not get.
No, he
didn't lose. He got beat.
That's exactly right. Whoever's supposed to win, whoever's meant to win that's who's going to win. It may be the last cast, it may be something happens today, but when it's your time, it's your time.
Small fish, a 3-pounder. Speaking of your time, last event they were delivering Chick-fil-A to him. Yesterday he literally had a fish jump in the boat. We saw the Joey Cifuentes one, but this one was hook in the boat.
Landed at his feet. I saw that last night when I got on social media. I was like, man, I wish that happened to me more often.
You had a little different day.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at that. Helps just a little bit.
Hey, just a little bit goes a long way here.
Now for something completely different. We talked about Wes's day yesterday, but let's look at Robert G. Things are going right when this happens. Hooked up. Oh, I think he's going to jump. Oh, yeah. Well, you might as well just jump right in the boat.
Jump in the boat. Like, land at your feet.
And then any other individual on Earth, that fish flips right out the other side.
Goes back in, comes off. Yeah, for sure.
Breaks your line on the way down.
Yeah, something. I don't know that many times I've ever seen one jump in the boat like that. Like, just come right to you as soon as you hook it. Might be a big one. He's definitely around a lot of fish.
I would say so.
Yeah.
And he, too, under the weather this week, dealing with a little adversity. It was actually laying in the fetal position for part of day one.
Yeah, I heard he was in a bad way on day one, especially when about halfway through the day. He brought that one in a little hot.
Well, he's used to not having to do anything. They just jump in.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll try to do that again.
Definitely got around a big population of fish here in the last 30 minutes.
Currently in 5th place, but if he keeps making tiny culls like that, they seem small, but those small culls are key on this body of water. As you can see, look how tight that leaderboard is. Really, it truly is anybody's event. But Chris Johnston atop the leaderboard. If Wesley Logan would just keep his mouth shut, he would maybe win this tournament.
Probably had some separation a little bit.
Welcome back. On location coverage. Discover Plattsburgh, New York. Our host community this week, and I would recommend exactly what the logo says. Come up and discover Plattsburgh, New York, an incredible part of the world, one of the most beautiful, scenic lakes you'll ever see in your life, surrounded by just so much wilderness and wildlife, and then also incredible restaurants and a great part of the world. And what you need to do is go and discover Plattsburgh. If you find yourself in this part of the world, make sure to enjoy a little time in Plattsburgh, New York. And while you're there, spend a little time out on Lake Champlain. Jacob Foutz, looking at him right now, and what a season he has had. And it feels like every time we've seen him today, he's been hooked up to a bass. Is he going to get it?
Yeah, he caught this one. Yeah. This one's in the boat.
Wes tempts the fish gods one more time.
Yep, let's see. Call their hand on this one. The area that Jacob's fishing, I fished over there on day one. Obviously didn't make it over there on day two, but there's a lot of big ones. It's just like you can find little groups of them, little pods, but there's a lot of big singles, and if you're able to get those right bites, there's a chance to catch a really, really big bag. If he's still in the same area, I don't know. That's where I saw him fishing. It's a real long one.
I'll see. Yeah. Nothing. It's not you.
No, nothing
it's
to
not
it.
you.
Nothing to it.
What's the problem here when your smallest fish is 3.6?
That's pretty tough. Yeah, I mean, because the rest of the day you could catch 30 fish and they all be 3 1/4s, and it just depends on which one bites. That's a good one though. It's not skinny, but it's not fat, but it's a healthy one.
Talked about little culls making big differences.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament will come down by tomorrow. It will be within, somebody made a 2 or 3 ounce cull, and I mean that probably sealed it. It's just so hard to run away. Crazy.
Two-way tie atop the leaderboard. Jacob Foutz and Chris Johnston. And if you are Justin Hamner, our leader and progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, that is not what you want to see.
Do we know where Hamner's at right now?
We do not.
We just know Foutz is leading.
Yeah. Now over to the back-to-back Bass Nation national champion and then Elite Series champion, took that win in his rookie season, Will Davis Jr. He's another one of those quiet guys that does his talking at the scales, but man, he talks loud at those scales.
When he talks on the scales, he's definitely got something to say.
Comes from a fishing family, obviously.
I don't know if he's going to help or not. He looked good.
His dad, Bill Davis, a lure designer for years.
Yep. He comes from a fishing family in a fishing area. He probably only lives about an hour from me. But there's a bunch of us in that central Alabama area where it just, I mean, to come out of there, like to compete against the guys that we fish against growing up, like you learn you got to bring it every day.
I did. I caught 2 big ones here yesterday.
Yeah. If you do okay in an Alabama tournament, you make it through the Alabama Bass Trail.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a tough place.
Yeah, there's a bunch of my buddies that I feel like could compete out here in fishing. There's obviously a lot more that goes to it with the traveling, the business part of it, but just straight fishing, they're some of the best that I know of.
Four-box,
right
Foutz,
seeing lots of them.
Zaldain, Johnston, and Robertson.
Hopefully that doesn't hurt me too bad, but she's a little nasty right now. It's gonna take a little while.
Don't even bring it back up.
I need to catch 2 4.5s.
That was last
here.
segment. This is a new one.
2 4.5s, and I think it'd be a decent day, which is not going to be easy. I lost one of them. Come on. I'm getting denied a lot. They're looking at it, but they're not eating it. Oh, there's a bunch right there. A bunch of them right here.
Bite, if he can get on them.
They're usually not as big in these groups,
right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was about to say, a lot of the groups I saw, there wasn't very many like great big ones. The great big ones were mostly singles.
There is a ton of them.
Do you think with so many guys in the top 10 fishing for largemouth that the difference maker, somebody catch a 6.5 pounder, and you know that could create some distance where you're just probably not going to see that with a smallmouth?
Yeah, I mean that's been the story so far this week. The bigger bites have been the largemouth.
Like that will be how somebody will separate themselves. But I mean, obviously smallmouth are on top of the leaderboard right now. But Ed or Chris or Matt catches a 6.5 pounder, which is possible here. There's been some weighed in recent history. I mean, it could be any flip or any cast.
I just think the fish are getting bigger every year, and people put it all on electronics and stuff like that, but the fish are generally getting bigger. And it's just, if you look at our growing season, they have a short growing season, but our springs have gotten warmer quicker. I mean, a lot of people talk about a warm winter, but I mean, the winter, they're fairly dormant,
right?
Most of it. But the growth is happening because our seasons have gotten warmer earlier and they've stayed warmer later.
Longer.
So if you can add a 20% growing, it doesn't take much, 3 to 4 weeks of extra growing time.
Well,
to them.
And that's extra eating for them. And I mean, as we know, especially getting into that September, they start really eating like wide open. So, I mean, with them having an extra month, it'll definitely put on some weight. And what that will do, that will carry over into the next year.
Yeah.
Like people don't understand, you're catching them, they're just fat this year. Well, those fish are already that big going into the next year. So it definitely has a lot more to do with weather, I believe, than anything. And obviously we're targeting fish that, in the past haven't, but still they're, I mean, I fished shallow a good bit of the time, and they seem to be consistently a little bit bigger than they used to be. And obviously the largemouth are getting a little heavier. This lake's just incredible how many bass are in it everywhere. It don't matter where you go.
And it's not a secret anymore.
No.
You know, it hasn't been for 20-something years. You know, Champlain's a fabled fishery that has a lot of tournaments on it, and it doesn't matter how much pressure it gets, it continues to put out.
I think that's, like I said, the sheer number of bass in this place. Like, it's just incredible. Like, you can go anywhere and fish, and you have a chance to catch 15 to 16 pounds just stopping your boat somewhere. It's pretty incredible.
And I think a big part of that we experienced earlier this week, which is the day we couldn't go on the water.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mother Nature,
it does protect them.
It amazes me when I go to Alabama and I see places like Gunnersville that continue to put up, because every day that body of water is fished. This lake gets protected by Mother Nature.
Yeah.
A good portion of the year.
Yeah, for sure. And like, the weather helps. Like even that second day, like, yeah, we beat up on them the first day, but then the weather comes in and it gets everything a chance to rest for a whole 24 hours. Like, they can reset up, some more can move in. I really figured yesterday, and it probably happened with some people. I don't really know what all happened, but I figured some fish could have got moved around with the wind as bad as it was, and some people like ran into them. But I don't know. I'm mesmerized watching Matt flip docks. Like, it's just, I love it. I love it.
This is a special, special place. Not just this one. We got a bunch of special places right here in New York, and that's why we're finishing off the season. 2 incredible events. First, Lake Champlain, and as you see atop the leaderboard, Jacob Foutz and Chris Johnston in a 2-way tie with 60 pounds, 3 ounces. Ed Loughran not far behind them. None of the top 10 far behind them. But not far behind this event is our next event in Waddington, New York. Former record crowd location. It is always thousands and thousands of people there, and there is a big show with giant fish. Make sure you swing by if you're in the area, or tune in August 15th to 18th. We will decide it all. Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Classic Berths, everything. Semifinals Sunday, normally championship Sunday, but this time around 50 anglers remain because we had to postpone a day of competition earlier this week. But the goal of all that top 50 is to find their way inside the top 10 for the opportunity to fish on Championship Monday. That'll look at our top 10. As you can see, a 2-way tie atop the leaderboard, and both of them trying to win this title, but also trying to get as many points as possible in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, which will go down to our final event of the season next week in Waddington, New York on the St. Lawrence River. But as I said, you got to stay inside that top 10, and that's our Yeti cut line right there. The first guy outside of it, Brandon Lester. His family said earlier this week they just wanted a reason to book a ticket up here. The girls want to come up and see him. But he keeps catching them. He may give them a reason, but you see how close that is. This is truly going to be one of the closest cuts of the season, Wes, right? It has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always is when we come here, because there's just so many sheer number of fish that are in that 3 to 4 pound range. It becomes, if you caught a 3.7 or a 3.9, or if it happened to weigh heavier, or if it ate something right before you caught it, or if it spit something up in the live well. Like, I mean, that's an ounce, and I mean, it literally could be the difference in making the cut and not.
Well, let's get out on the water live right now with an angler who started this tournament in second place on day number 1, Millville, New Jersey's Greg DePalma, trying to qualify for his second Bassmaster Classic. Fishing the marker buoy pattern.
Yeah.
It is a northern pattern.
That's a pattern.
I mean, is it northern or just worldwide?
We don't really have marker buoys.
Yeah, I guess.
So, I mean, we'll have a few channel markers, but normally they're just wooden poles and but yeah, that's a northern staple for sure.
115 or whatever I got. There's 2 of them there. Still see the other one just sitting there.
Palma made the Bassmaster Classic in his first season and has been close several times. Won a kayak event just a year ago. Talked to the kayak anglers. They said he basically turned his kayak into a mini bass boat, though.
You're kidding.
Well, yeah, he was.
I wouldn't expect anything less from our kind of guys. I mean, I'd do the exact same thing. Deck that thing out. But you talk about being so close to the Classic. It's crazy how everything has to go right to get there. Like a lost fish here, a lost fish there, a bad one or two bad decisions, and you get yourself in a hole, and it's hard to climb out of against these guys.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, you look and you're like, top 40 out of 100? I mean, I can do that.
Yeah.
Not this 100 is not an easy group.
The problem with those other 99 guys are the best in the world, and I swear I would put them up against anybody, any day, any lake.
Well, from the marker buoy pattern, Greg DePalma, let's head towards the bank where Matt Robertson is hanging out. That's the cool thing about this fishery. I mean, you go to different, literally looks like multiple different lakes when you're watching coverage.
Here in a pocket or in a big bay now. It's still not really getting bit. I get beat up with it, but about to make a move, either go smallmouth fishing. I got a couple docks I want to stop on, maybe stop on where. I caught that big one earlier again, so I've caught a few big ones and then a couple docks. And yeah, man, we're just old school bassing today, throwing a big jig, big black on black jig. And yeah, dude, it is, I gotta tell you how nice it is. I haven't looked at that live scope all day, baby. I ain't gonna lie. It's just, even getting a few less bites, like, it's nice, man. It is nice.
Giving that neck a rest and doing it old school. Seen a lot of that this week. And this is a tournament going into this. You would have thought.
We can crack another 4.5, maybe 2 4s or something. I really need to go out there on the main lake.
You would have thought after what we saw last year that this tournament was going to be solely dominated by it.
Yeah, like it was. And it obviously was last year. Like, it was incredible how many bass were out there. But, you know, just leading up to it, there was a Bass Nation tournament up here a few weeks before we were here. And if you looked at I watched some of the weigh-ins, and there was quite a few, you know, really nice largemouth weighed in. And, I mean, we all kind of had a intuition they were going to play a little bit more. And, I mean, obviously they have. But, I mean, what he's doing, like you said, he makes 2 or 3 of the right swings with the rod. It could change a lot. But he made the you know, mention of going back to the main lake. I wonder if he's had his bigger bites have come from main lake docks instead
How's it going?
Like, you may get more bites in some bays,
good.
but if you get a bite on the main lake, it could be a big one.
Man of the people.
Absolutely.
Saying hello to the dock owners.
Got to appreciate a nice dock owner, because you can run into some that are not.
Come on.
I was just going to throw that out there.
No. That's one of the unique things. I mean, for our FS1 viewers, this sport is very different. It's played on a public playing field. I mean, there is nobody running around like a golf tournament with a shush sign.
No, we have no we have off limits, but there's no like out of bounds. People can come on the playing field per se.
That's right. We gotta
fish anywhere they want. We can't tell them not to. Bad as we'd like to sometimes.
Matt Robertson seems to be set on heading out to the main lake. I mean, you're probably right. I mean, those fish, is it just a little less pressure those fish get, or why do you think bigger bites are coming from the main lake?
Possibly, maybe not get fished for as much, because, I mean, you come up here and in your mind you're thinking largemouth, or the way I would think, you just being a fisherman, largemouth going to be back somewhere. They're going to be back in a bay, back where it's a little bit shallower. So maybe there may not be as many bites, like I said, but if you happen to get one, it could be a 4 to 6 pounder.
Well, that's exactly what Matt Robertson is looking for. Currently in 6th place, and we've seen how big of a difference just a few ounces makes. You make one of those calls for a pound or two, and things change in a hurry. And Matt Robertson has his eyes on one prize, and that is winning this event here this week. Next week's event's going to be very unique. You've got people fishing for the classic points, but also winning you're in. You win next week's event. It's the only Elite Series event of the season that a win there
puts you in
the Bassmaster Classic. We are going to see some dudes. I hate the term swinging for the fence. I mean, a lot of times I think it's kind of an overused term. Yeah. But next week we're going to have some swinging.
Absolutely. There'll be some guys that have had a horrible season, and it does happen. I've had them. And you've got one chance to, make a gamble and make that long run. Because, I mean, historically it's going to get one probably on the lake. Like, everybody knows that. And, I mean, those guys are going to gamble, and, I mean, hats off to them. I was really thinking about going down there. I'm obviously I can't no more. I'm not going to put my body through that.
Robert G., a big part of the Bassmaster Elite Series rookie class, often talked about rookie class. They came from the Bassmaster Open's EQ, Tackle Warehouse EQ standings for this year. As you see right there, Easton Fothergill represented the College Series this year in the Bassmaster Classic, and he is leading that as they wind down their season. Dakota Ebert, Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith, Jack York from Lake Fork, Evan Kung, Canadian angler. I mean, you look at that list, Emil Wagner in that list. I mean, there's a lot of incredible anglers on that list. As an Elite Series pro, does that make you happy or sad?
No, it definitely doesn't make me sad. I mean, they're great fishermen. They're the cream's going to rise to the top always. But I mean, if you could look down the list, there's some incredible anglers that are, that are great fishermen that just, I mean, maybe they're not having a good year, you never know. But, I mean, that list is obviously full of some really big names and some young guys that really catch them. I mean, you just gotta be, looking forward to it. Like, happy you got to be happy for them for sure, because it's a life-changing event. Making it here definitely changed my life, and I'm sure it's changed a bunch of the rookies for sure.
Well, there'll be 9 new anglers here next year, and if they're like this rookie class, look out. Robert G. having an incredible year and another incredible event. But you know what's incredible? A guy who has a boat wreck yesterday not only gets himself stitched up, goes back on the water, fills his limit to almost make the cut, but shows up here to do FS1 with me. Wes Logan, number one, thankfully you're doing well, and thank you for doing this.
Definitely, I appreciate the invite, and again, I'm very thankful to be sitting here and being able to talk to you for sure. It definitely could have went south, but we're still here, blessed, and able to get them at them at the next one.
Love hearing that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Next Sunday, the NFL preseason is on Fox as the Saints are looking to build their way back to the playoffs against a 49er squad fresh off another Super Bowl appearance. It all kicks off next Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, the home of Super Bowl 59. Having a super day here on a super body of water. Lake Champlain, gigantic place full of bass, and we have got some heavy-duty competition here. Those bass are equally distributed, it would seem, if you look at the top 10. It's so close, all the competition there. Jacob Foutz and Chris Johnston, as a matter of fact, tied at the top of that leaderboard, but the point of today is to make it into the top 10. And we got 50 out there trying to get their spot for tomorrow's finals, Super Monday, I guess you call it. That's what it's going to be. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the legend, Davey Height, Hall of Famer, classic champ, everything. Angler of the Year 2 times. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan as well. Ronnie and I have no...
And that guy dude over there, and that guy over there.
These two guys and me who inconsequential. But we're going to get going back out on the water in just a few minutes here. But we have seen things maybe slow down a little bit over the last hour and a half or so, and who knows if it's going to pick up or not. We've changed, the conditions have changed on us.
Yeah, they have, and the weather's been the big story here all week. Obviously, we had to cancel a day. Friday was postponed. That's why we're having a championship Monday. And I think the weather is really unfolding each and every day in a different way. Today, the wind picking up has really kind of hurt what Chris Johnston is doing, although he's catching lots of fish. Also, Jacob Foutz, they're fishing for those smallmouth. But here's the thing that I noticed. In the top 6, you have 3 anglers that are fishing exclusively for smallmouth, and then you have 3 anglers that are mixing in some smallmouth and some largemouth. That has been the thing in the past here at Champlain. Last year or so, not so much, but it really is going to play out. Who can catch that bigger largemouth, and can he overtake just all those 4-pound smallmouth that are being caught by Chris Johnston, Jacob Foutz, and others?
It's been a revolving door in and out of that top 10, Ryan Moore.
To think that they're tied at the top and then it's only 2.5 pounds down to 10th, it's going to be a tight one. This is always a tournament where 10th place can easily come in and win on Championship Monday. And right now, even though they might not know it, with that smallmouth lull, those largemouth anglers, this is their time to walk through that door and maybe gain some momentum, make up, some weight from what they might have lost earlier in the morning. And Davey, this is a great opportunity for those guys who are doing both. Don't lose confidence in your smallmouth. Just go switch gears for an hour or two and then come back out to smallmouth. Maybe you'll catch a bonus largemouth.
Try to get that one bite.
Just one bite.
And Such, 3 days now, the third day, halfway through the third day of fishing here. Does it look like we're holding steady on the productivity of these anglers, or is it starting to taper a little bit? Is it get a little tougher?
I think it's a little bit lighter weights yesterday. On day 1, we had 311 average fish. It was down 2 ounces on day 2. We had less 20-pound bags. I'm going to talk about AOY, though. Justin Hamner seems to fall out, and Foutz and Johnston being at the top, they've gained the most they can gain on him. They started 39 back. They're within 16 and 17 each of them. They've passed Trey McKinney. But if he catches a few this afternoon and Hamner does, they could regain that stuff. But there's a lot of guys underneath who haven't even shown their fish yet on Bass Track that could really knock down Hamner.
Hamner, our classic champion, trying to win both the big awards in the sport of bass fishing in a year's time. And the plot thickens. It gets tighter and tighter, as we sort of expected it would. As we get out on the water live with Caleb Sumrall, fished his way into the top 10 yesterday, the angler from New Iberia, Louisiana, looking for his first Elite Series victory.
Oh, what a jump. Just a note there, had that been on 6-pound test and spinning tackle, that would have taken 2 minutes instead of 5 seconds. A blessing to these anglers if they are around some fish that they can get to bite that heavier line and be able to use that bait casting equipment. Not oftentimes are they able to do that.
Time, as you mentioned, David, time is of the essence. We're down to less than 3 hours fishing time on this very important day. You want to get all of your days, all 4 days available. You got to get in the top 10 to do that today.
3.5.
Let's get back to Ed Loughran.
You don't want Caleb Sumrall, who's in our top 10 on camera. Obviously, you don't want him to drop out too far because he has moved into the Classic. You don't want to lose. We have 50 anglers today, a lot less ground to lose, but you can drop from 7th to 19th, and that's 12 points that you would love to just make it to the top 10 and survive, and now you don't have to worry about falling.
We're down to that part of the year where guys are teetering precipitous situations here. Are they in? Are they out for the biggest event in fishing next year? That's all depends on their performance here over today, tomorrow, and 4 more days on the St. Lawrence.
Cool.
It's because it is a big one.
Another big largemouth.
That's why it sounded that way.
Wow.
Yes, sir. Yes. That's an upgrade. Right. Smallest fish being 2.6.
He needs a 3.5 to take the lead.
He's going to do it.
That
going to do
would
it.
be a good call.
veteran Ed Loughran.
I would imagine.
13th lead series of the day.
If not, it's
also
gonna be
trying to
like
win his first
4-14.
Elite Series.
But it's 5. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Real close to 5, if not 5.
Oh my goodness. Ed takes the lead.
Wow.
5-12.
Hey, see, Davey, when the smallmouth lull, if you go fish for largemouth, you know, and it might work out for somebody. It's perfect timing for Ed.
I mean, we just talked about it. We just talked about that, and that's why he just took the lead. That one largemouth bite in the afternoon, a 5-12.
I don't know if we've seen many 5+ smallmouth weight in this week.
No.
We've seen 5-7 largemouth at least every day, multiple of them, and then 2 6s. So that's the way to gain an edge of a pound or 2 over your nearest person.
Has been the key here. Back to our leader, co-leader Chris Johnston. Co-leader for now. I think that's going to be eclipsed by Ed's weight when that registers with Bass Track.
And that's what really separates Lake Champlain from the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Lots of smallmouth and largemouth, but you're more likely to catch a 5-12 smallmouth there than you are a 5-12 largemouth. And it's just opposite here at Champlain.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not the one I was hoping for. Little football. He ain't gonna help, I don't think.
Yeah, good. Another good one for Chris Johnston, but it does not help.
Chris Johnston, by his own admission, is sitting on about 18.5. It shows a little bit less than that, but I kind of believe Chris on that as much as I believe Bass Track.
Yeah.
And it's a hard task moving up from there if you're strictly on smallmouth.
It is.
This year, yeah.
One shot
It's
off
hooked
the
up
bottom.
again. Looks like a good one.
I didn't even see him. It's a good sign we're getting some bites here at least. It's a lot calmer in this area, easier to fish.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Live release.
That's so frustrating. You get several in a row that just not quite big enough to help you, and then you hook up with one that would have been a little help, not a lot, but certainly some help. You lost it beside the boat.
Come off like that. Chris Zaldain started the day with the lead, fell almost out of the top 10. Now he's back up to 4th place. Made a sort of a good turnaround about 90 minutes, starting about 90 minutes ago.
Loughran's fish popped in. He's got 20 pounds, 7 ounces on the day, 62.7 total, 2 1/4 lead on Foutz and Chris Johnston.
That's huge.
Oh, stay on there. Come here, Chunky. Yeah. No. No. Come here, Chunk. Yes. Good move. Good move. That's a color. That's a chunky one. There was another one with it.
Just going to forego the scales, go for the balance beam. Figure out his cull there. Going to help him though. Back to Robert G. Robert G, another guy who started a comeback about 90 minutes ago. Successfully pulled it off.
His day did turn around.
Yeah.
Like you said about 90 minutes ago, he put several good ones in his live well. I don't think that one's going to help him.
Probably not. Robert G done some important work there. Got himself from outside the top 10, a good distance outside the top 10, down in the 20s, as a matter of fact, back in there. Making his outlook a lot brighter as it stands right now. There's our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings, and the rookie Trey McKinney, well, they're all rookie, Trey McKinney on top with 25 points ahead of J.T. Tompkins. J.T. Tompkins, who beat him in the qualifying round last year to make it to the Elite Series. Wesley Gore, John Garrett, Tyler Williams, Kyle Patrick, all part of the race there. Hey, we have got a big event coming up later this week, as a matter of fact. Next Thursday, August 15th, we start the final stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York, our fantastic host city. We're there, and we will settle everything. We'll crown an Angler of the Year. We'll have a 9th winner for this season, and that 9th winner, unlike all the other tournaments on the year, that winner will be qualified instant, one and in, for the Bassmaster Classic. So a very, very important tournament on all levels coming up, and great fishing in the offing as well. It's always terrific, and it seems to get better year after year these days. So it is going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss out on that one, but we got plenty more business to take care of at another tremendous fishery here, Lake Champlain. 10 anglers trying to, well, 50 anglers trying to get one of the 10 spots for tomorrow's Championship Monday. Robert G. Great rookie season. Coming up, momentum, second place last time with the Elite Series in Alabama.
And he's just been fun to be in a boat with, have a camera in a boat with him. He always seems to be having a good time.
Ooh.
Skinny. He might help though.
Let's get from Robert G. He's going to see if that one's going to help or not. Let's get out to Wesley Gore. Wesley Gore started in our top 10, but has faded significantly. He's down to 28th place as it stands right now. So big things need to happen for him in the next 2.5 hours.
I knew he was having a slow morning. I didn't realize he had slipped down that far.
10.5 pounds.
I want to get rid of one. Not no big one, but bigger. Definitely bigger. Not big, bigger. See, there's two ways to use it. I mean, big or bigger. It's bigger than something, but not a big one. you like that? He bit it so close to the boat, I didn't even just yank on him. I just kind of gave him a little reel. You saw I was being a little aggressive earlier. I couldn't tell you how big he is, bud. Better than what we got. How about that?
Bottom line, we need more of that.
Yes.
Wesley Gore's boat, for sure.
It's too hard to present your bait out there in 50 feet with the rollers and get it down to them, and it's just, and they're really not aggressive. So I'm gonna try here for next 20 minutes, see if I can get one, big one, and if not, we might have to go back out to that 50 foot where the waves are rolling in on it. At least these ones are biting.
As that wind has picked up, it went from being difficult to fish to Chris Johnston left because it was just so hard to try to target those fish that are 40, 50 feet deep and present his bait with the waves, the way the wind had picked up where he spent most of his day.
Yeah, he told us that he was settling for a third as many fish catches due to the conditions out there.
So
it's not going to do it.
No.
Does Ed have 4 largemouth and that one smallmouth still?
Or
That's
right.
I think so.
Think so?
They're kind of one here, one there.
Means 11 of his 15 will be largemouth at the end of the day. If he brings a smallmouth in, it could be 12 out of 15, but 11 out of 15, which would be the most since 07 to win an event here. You know, like,
oh, really? Wow.
Because the 06, 07 events were all largemouth.
Hooked up.
Could call the smallmouth out right now.
Might do it.
It's not a 5-pounder, but it's not a baby either.
No, not the
One question we
212.
won't have to worry about is how will I feel with that 212 in my bag?
Yes.
Wow.
Definitely bigger than 212.
His bag's going to rival yesterday's.
So he caught most of the fish he weighed where he's at right now, yesterday. But he told me that he stopped.
Unfortunately.
Yesterday morning,
So yeah,
just
my
real.
spot, the mud moved in, and I think it's the time of day, but the mud I thought was going to affect them, but it hasn't.
313.
Wow. Pound upgrade.
Wow.
He stopped at a place just before he made the long run yesterday, and third cast caught a 410. So things have kind of just been going
Some white has got to go.
right for Ed this
Snowball,
week.
yeah.
Yes.
In a good way. Well, now he's officially, his lead is twice the size of what separated all the top 10
That was right
to
where I
start
had
our
that
day.
bite.
Wow. That's amazing. Biggest lead we've seen.
He's going to rival yesterday's bag, too.
Yeah.
22,
Yep.
22,
He's almost
15.
23
Yeah.
yesterday.
Lucky.
And it's going to get closer.
Yeah, I mean, just using a small jig, working it around rocks and grass. Classic northern fishing.
Literally just scanning this little area. There's a group of fish, and it's anywhere from 35 to 50, and they're getting a little harder to catch because they've been beat on for 3 days, but there should still be a couple good ones around. Almost every fish has been on a jig head minnow. When it's dead calm, I was using a 1/4 ounce because they were up higher. And the last 2 days, I've been using a 3/8 ounce, 8-pound test. And then I actually had to up my rod because on the lighter hook, I use a lighter rod, but with this heavy hook, you really have to, or heavy head, you have to jam them and kind of get them in quick because it's a big weight flopping around their mouth. And that's why I lost that big one earlier, because I used a 1/2 ounce and I lost a couple on it. That 1/2 ounce weight when they're throwing their head ends up throwing the hook. So I'm using a 7.3. It's actually a Ned rig rod, but that's the setup, and I just got to land it on the right one.
Look at Chris's graph there. Just trying to find the right one and make the right presentation. A lot of his fishing day, he's been in that 45 to 50 feet of water.
I am not seeing any out in this deep water like they were yesterday in this spot.
This is what I was talking about, covering water now like they've never been able to do. He is covering some water looking for a bass. See that island there on the horizon. See back and forth scanning.
Loughran with a 63.7 total, 21.7 on the day, 3 1/4 pound lead.
That is a huge lead, biggest we have seen so far in this tournament. Loughran just absolutely outpacing everyone during the course of this day.
He really is. He's got the whole area to himself. He's been able to, he said I beat up on him pretty hard yesterday because the first day I had 19 pounds. It was way back in the pack, so he caught everything he could catch from this area yesterday, but he was hopeful last night that it could reload, so, and it had certainly done that, and that's the key there. He's caught a mixture of largemouth and smallmouth, but most of those smallmouth get released during the day and weighs in these largemouth. If you think about it, other than last year, Lake Champlain largemouth are usually a factor. Last year was just so different, and I think a lot of people just thought, well, the largemouth are not going to be a factor here, but Seth Fighter the first day, and then yesterday we had 3 fish tied for big fish, 5'8". They were all largemouth, and they are certainly the difference makers here at Lake Champlain. At Loughran Marathon Peak Performance. Look, those 4 pound, 4'11", 5'12", certainly the kicker. Those are all northern green fish.
And you take that, Davey, a 3.4, maybe a 4.11 and a 3.12. You could think smallmouth or largemouth. That 5.12 that is the story fish. Everybody, Chris Johnston's going to have the same thing. That 5.12 though.
And 120 miles from here, next week, St. Lawrence River, that exact same peak performance. You look at that 5.12 and say that's why you go to the lake and fish for smallmouth.
63.7. Ed Loughran is officially ahead of the pace set last year by Kyoya Fujita, who caught 86 pounds over the course of 4 days. So that is some impressive stuff here. And we've got more coming from here on Lake Champlain. Don't go away. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Big developments in the last, I'll call it 90 minutes here. Actually, the last couple of hours, it's all been transpiring. We've got a new leader on top of our top 10, and we have some rain moving in as well. You can see kind of taking in a place that's pretty well populated by anglers.
I thought that was a smallmouth coming up for a bait right there, Tommy, real quick. That blob was going up really quick.
Too many
I thought
screens.
It was pushing.
Too many screens.
The green is the bait ball, and the yellow is the smallmouth.
Yes, it's denser.
So that's going to pass through, but it's going to be, well, you can see Jacob Foutz getting a little of it right now. Possibly, I can't really tell. If he's not, he's about to. And there was a prediction. There was a significant chance of rain in certain parts of the lake today. Let's see how that pans out. Doesn't look like any big storm or system or anything like that. After Chris Johnston, now sitting in third, well, tied for second, I should say, but
close. We just need them a little bigger.
Chris knows he's just looking for an ounce or two here and there. That's why you can see his frustrations. Lots of fish catches, and he's at a point with these smallmouth it's hard to upgrade.
Yeah. He's now facing it. As far as the top spot goes, a 3.25 pound deficit to Ed Loughran.
Smallest on the scale is a 311. 2 311s, 2 313s, and 1 315. But like I said, who knows what is what?
And there's no pessimism with this statement, but the real fact of Champlain is that 512 goes a long way to get him a lead for Ed. It's not something you can count on or expect. And so the smallmouth guys can think, I may need to switch it up, but also think there's no way Ed's going to catch 22 pounds of largemouth again. If he comes back to 19 and I catch my normal, he comes back to 16 and I catch 19, we're there. And so smallmouth have a higher floor than largemouth, but largemouth have a high ceiling if you catch the right one in a day. Just one.
I was going to ask Davey that. Does your mindset change? You're 6th to 10th, you're 5 pounds back, you're on such a fishery where the weights are so tight. Do you go swinging?
Oh, I absolutely would. Absolutely would. When you're down to the top 10, it's a whole different scenario when you've got 50 anglers in the field or 100 anglers in the field.
You want to make your points then and make sure you...
Yeah.
With all that in mind, when you talked to Ed, did he say he had some other smallmouth places as well? Because he's hit this one pretty hard.
Yes, smallmouth and largemouth.
Sorry, largemouth places.
But most of them, he said, have been combination. I think this dirty water has really kind of taken the smallmouth out of play for him more today. And he mentioned earlier that he was concerned that it might even take the largemouth out, but it hasn't done that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does have a few places. His best area, though, he said he thought he really, hammered on it more than he should have yesterday, but he knew he had to have, more than 18 or 19 pounds to even maybe make the 50 cut. So,
see, what's good though is he knows no one else in the field is hammering that spot.
Yes,
which
big
is very
difference.
good. Some of these smallmouth guys let him rest, and another guy could roll in.
Yes.
I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios real quick at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to show and teach a little bit about what we saw earlier from not only Chris Johnston, but also Jacob Foutz, and the way these smallmouth anglers are seeing the fish in these rough waves and how they're having to coax them to bite. So I'm at the screen. You can see Chris Johnston's camera feed and then his electronics feed. I want to call to your attention right here at the bottom. If you're going to look, it looks like maybe a little grass, maybe a little rock, maybe a stump. If you're a southern angler, that's what you would expect, but those are tightly to the bottom smallmouth. I'm going to clear off that circle and play it, and we're going to watch Chris Johnston. He's in 40 feet of water. You can see at the bottom there's about 41 feet, and you can see that fish, he dropped it right above it, and that fish was right on the bottom, revealed itself just a little bit. I just dissolved it to that same catch. We're going to show a replay. So that fish was so tight to the bottom, he had to hover the bait about a foot above its head. And then you can see right in this region, that fish is going to come up and get to it and then commit to it, and then you see when it takes off really fast, that is where Chris was able to set the hook and fight that fish. Now on the other end of the spectrum, when you have multiple fish competing, the competition level, this is at the boat of Jacob Foutz. We saw this earlier, a school of smallmouth. I'm counting at least 5, 6, 10, maybe 12 fish there in that group, and he's in 37 feet, and those fish are up off the bottom, a little bit more competition involved. He drops it, and when that bait is hovering over it, he starts to pull it. You can see the way he's fishing that bait. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit and show you one more time. Davey, we were talking about this. You hover the bait, or maybe you coax him. You can see his bait right here on the screen, dropping down, and he's going to get it about 3 or 4 feet above him and then pull it up. And it starts to look like it's going away from them, and that is when 1 or 2 start to compete, and then that's all you need is 2 or 3 to get excited about it, and one of them will get up and get it. And so that just shows you it's very easy to watch it go down and think, I can do that, and most people can. That's a great way to fish, but when you have the waves that these guys have done, how pressured these fish are, it can be very difficult. So at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, showcasing 2 of the best on the Elite Series at this technique.
They're both equally as good at it, it would seem, since they're both at 60 pounds and 3 ounces.
Yeah, that's a good assessment.
Not convinced they're bass.
And coming down on Jacob Foutz. His attention is attention is based not on what's happening above the water, it's what's happening below the water right now.
Curious to see. I don't think Jacob Foutz is going to do anything different, but in the past, I've seen Corey in particular. Corey did this at Smith Lake. He having a great tournament there, and he left those spotted bass that were biting, knowing his upgrades were very, very little, and spent time trying to catch a largemouth.
Right.
Not just tomorrow whether he'll do it, but maybe this afternoon if Chris Johnston will go.
Around the corner when we go down there for waves, when we come out of the gut into the. Oh.
Go fishing for some largemouth maybe this afternoon.
Could be like a sea out there.
He's about down to 2 hours fishing time left on this day. And looking good, of course, to make it to tomorrow, top 10. So.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure I'm fishing for 2 drum right now.
Did you hear Chris say? Pretty sure I'm fishing for 2 drum right now. Yeah. Another species of fish that's not acceptable on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but looks, especially over 50 feet, Davey, looks like the kind of bite you need.
Another big thing that separates some of these anglers from being good or great is being able to distinguish the different species at 40 or 50 feet deep. Some are very, very good at it. Some of them not as much.
Oftentimes you can't necessarily tell, Davey, maybe just looking at but how they react to your bait, not just their presence, but you'll have to at least try it, and you're like, nah, they would have eaten that if that was a bass.
We started 6 hours ago. Chris Zaldain was the man on top of the leaderboard. He went all the way down, almost out of the top 10, and has fished his way back up, and he's got maybe a good one on now.
Ooh. Well, the boat hot.
Oh. Come here, I need you. Come here. Yes. Yes, that's why we're floating out here. I don't care if you catch them on a minnow or a glide bait. Those ones, they weigh what they weigh. Right before the storm is coming here. That's a good little upgrade. That's a good upgrade. Yes. Heavy 3. Here.
Zaldain. Things picking up maybe out there just a little bit the last few minutes. Largemouth and smallmouth. Let's get over to Will Davis. Knocked out a victory as a rookie last year.
Jump from there now.
Had a cool.
Will Davis catching more fish than a lot of our other anglers with cameras, but the size hasn't been there. That one will help him though.
Needs to find a couple of bigger ones. Seal his place in that top 10 there. Is a little bit exposed right now in 8th place. But it doesn't take, as you can tell, a whole lot of ounces to get a few spaces between you and the rest of the crowd. So you keep on, you soldier on into the afternoon. Last 2 hours of fishing here on Lake Champlain. Tackle Warehouse, Bassmaster Elite, 8th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's next to last out here. We're getting down to the final hours of fishing and down to the final minutes of our opportunity to bring you this Bassmaster Live broadcast. Our live coverage sponsored by Skeeter Boats. Into pictures like that. Now, that is incredible photography out there today, which we have been enjoying all day long. And we have seen some tight competition. That is the understatement of the day. It has been mostly a matter of ounces between all of our anglers. They all started, the top 10 to start today, within 1.5 pounds of each other. And the man who started the day with the lead, though, was this angler from Fort Worth, Texas, Chris Zaldain.
Started the day with the lead. He went back to the area where he did so well yesterday, but you can tell if you were watching with us yesterday, the wind direction and the wind speed very different there today. There's some other anglers that started there both days, but it changed everything. Those fish were not set up for Chris Zaldain like they were yesterday.
And Tommy and Davey, it's so hard to win on community holes at Champlain. There are so many good places, and they get so much pressure that you can do well and start to believe that you can do it, but he may need to venture out a little bit after today's effort.
There's always fish in this guts where you have this current flow back and forth, and there's always some current pushing one way or the other, but yesterday was one of those days where those fish just kept reloading, and Chris Zaldain figured out the baits and the exact cast that he needed to make. All that was changed this morning. That's why, like I said, Ronnie, it's hard to do that 4 days in a row. You take advantage of it when you can, but then you have to have other plans with a 4-day event.
Let's go Ed Loughran. Ed Loughran fished his way up into the standings yesterday with a terrific effort, and he is continuing that momentum today.
Yeah, what a great day. Yesterday and today. Had such a big stringer yesterday with a 5-pound, 8-ounce largemouth. That was the difference maker, giving him the biggest stringer of the day. And today, well, he just happens to have a 512 largemouth mixed in there, and those are the game changers here at Lake Champlain. Catching most of his fish on that compact flipping jig, 1/2 ounce, a few fish on a vibrating jig, making the cast. He said in practice he caught the majority of his fish on that, but he has switched up to that 1/2 ounce flipping jig, and it's caught, I think, all but one of the fish we've seen him catch today on that. You can look at the water color here. It has gotten a little more stained throughout the day. Have not seen him catch a smallmouth in the last 4 or 5 hours, but the largemouth, luckily for Ed Loughran, are still biting with this water clarity change.
I thought was going to.
Ed Loughran, as it stands now, with a 3-pound, 3-ounce lead, the biggest lead we have seen so far in this tournament. One of the guys trying to run him down started way up there and still way up there. It's Chris Johnston, but he just hasn't been able to get those 5 4-pound smallmouth he said he needed today, have 20 pounds, forge on forward. So he may have to settle for less, but he's got time to change that.
Certainly does. Chris Johnston starting today in 4th place, and he has moved up steadily. This morning he was really moving up the leaderboard in a hurry. He's just kind of been back and forth, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd a little bit here this afternoon. But Chris Johnston, obviously one of the best in the business with catching these open water smallmouth, and probably the biggest issue he's had is the area that he's fished has really seemed to be the wind has affected more than anywhere else. It finally got to a point where he had to leave that area, about an hour and a half ago, and go to another area. It's tough to do, but when it gets where you can't present your bait effectively, you have to make a decision and do something different.
Big conditions changed during the course of this day that has affected the arc of the fishing. One more angler to take a look at. We spent a lot of time with today. 3rd-year man from Tennessee, Jacob Foutz. And a great run. Made his 11th cut in a row over 2 years with the Elite Series. Yesterday at the end of the weigh-in, what will happen at the end of today's weigh-in? He, like Chris Johnston, has been laboring with those smallmouth all day.
Yeah, Jacob may not have caught as many fish this morning as Will Davis Jr., but his average fish has been probably about a pound and a half bigger than the average one that we've seen Will Davis catch. But Jacob Foutz has been catching fish all day long and has not been around another boat. The wind has affected him some this afternoon. His catches have slowed down a little bit, but don't look for him to fall off much tomorrow either. He is around a lot of fish, and the key thing for him is there are groups of fish that seem to be more aggressive.
Well, all of our 10 anglers we've been in the boat with all day today have given us a lot of thrills. Some fish catching that was pretty much, except for a little short period during the day, just went on continuously. Upcoming live coverage after we finish here on FS1, coming to you on Bassmaster.com, the live mix. Back to Bassmaster Live. The weigh-in, all-important weigh-in coming at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. right here on Bassmaster.com as well. The next time we see you on FS1 will be next weekend, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll be up the St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York. Going to be a great, great finale to our season there.
Oh, yeah, baby. It's going to be so exciting next week. It's going to be literally down to the last day of the event to decide who wins AOI.
We've had guys in the past come from 5th or 6th in the pack to win on the final day. We've had guys who had a 3-pound lead going into the final day, and we've got a mixture of that possible.
Tomorrow the coverage begins. Championship Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Hope to see you there.
we're gonna go over to that other spot over there. We're just gonna idle. I gotta get something to drink and eat.
This is where I caught him last year. Top 10 out here last year. Not nearly as many fish this time around, but still a handful out here. We'll make another move here real quick.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Stay on there, please. Oh, stay on there, girl. Ugh, I need you. Not that big, but... Oh, no, don't come off. Yes. Yes. That saved me. Another 4-pounder. Yes. Well, I don't know if it's 4, but that saved my butt. Oh, it looks like a 4. Close to it. Yeah. High 3s. Yes! Yeah, I did, dude. I let her have it. No brainer, huh? Yeah. What's that? Okay. Yes, we needed that one, dude. Whew, in a major way. Yes, sir. Yeah, no brainer. No, I think that's, I've got one small one over there and one big one.
I missed one yesterday, or right first thing in the morning, I lost one over there, but, you know, and it was a decent one. It was like probably a 3.5, 4-pounder. Frankly, it didn't end up mattering, so maybe it was one of those that I caught over there today, you know? So I wasn't too bent out of shape about it. Even at the time, I wasn't too bent out of shape about it. I mean, it just pulled off. I mean,
part of the budget, isn't it?
yeah, unfortunately.
You live on the mix.
Perch. Jake, I'm gonna idle this over there. Not gonna go too far.
Okay. Hey, can I fish while you're in the boat? Can I fish while you're in the boat? Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. 10-4. Copy that. I'll be there in like 10 minutes or so. Hope so. Oh, no.
Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. This is day 3. This is semifinal Sunday. If you're just picking up with us, our usually semifinal Saturday was moved back a day because Friday was weathered out. We had to postpone. Have day 2 on Saturday, and here we are. On the verge of Championship Monday, we got 50 anglers out there from our original 101. There is the leaderboard as it stands right now. Ed Loughran with the lead. He took a major lead back about, starting about 3 hours ago and worked that one up to massive proportions in the context of the tightness of the competition here all week. The biggest lead we have seen all week, and it's right at the top of the leaderboard there. Chris Zaldain, Jacob Foutz, Chris Johnston, and Robert G. Coming back to you here with a little time left. We got another period for you to watch, another hour of fishing here on Bassmaster.com. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, I should say. The great Davey High, the great Ronnie Moore, the great Mike Sukon.
I like
here.
that. I like that.
And guys, we've got a big lead right now. I got to take it back. I said nobody's going to run away with this tournament. Actually, in the context of this event, Ed Loughran is running away with it, but it's just for today he's running away with it.
Yeah, we all thought, man, it'll never get over like a pound from first to second, maybe even 2 pounds between first and 10th, but Ed Loughran, that 5-pound, 12-ounce largemouth, that is a game changer here this week.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring in our friend here who will be hosting the weigh-in, of course, and to give us the great on-location coverage earlier today, Dave Mercer. And Dave, I'm sorry, I apologize to everyone. I said it couldn't possibly be a runaway, but it's kind of a mini runaway, at least in today's context today with Ed Loughran.
It sure is, but everything's officially unofficial until they hit the scales, as we know. But what we've seen, what Ed did, that's kind of the tale of this tournament. I mean, smallmouth this time around can get you to a certain level, but if you want to make that big jump, I mean, big largemouth bites have dominated this event. And it's funny, Wesley Logan was on live with me a little earlier, and he said that. I mean, you get to a point where you're like, I'm culling for ounces. I got to start swinging and get one of those big largemouth bites. And Ed Loughran has pulled that off here today. It's going to be an exciting weigh-in. I mean, I always say that. It's kind of my job to say that. But there's times where you're like, okay, well, we know who our top 10 are going to be, and you kind of know. But really, it's tighter than we think. I mean, Corey Johnston's in the mix. I'm hearing from Shane Durant just got off the water. He was covering him, and he's like, Corey's got more than it shows, which he normally does. So things are going to be really tight. You look at that top 20, top 25. I mean, anybody can be in that top 10. I think the only person that's guaranteed is obviously Ed Loughran by the looks of things right now.
So, Dave, I've got to ask you, most of the year, obviously, the young anglers, the rookies, even back to the Classic, Justin Hamner being a young person to win the Bassmaster Classic, Trey McKinney leading angler of the year for most of the year, 19 years old. We've seen a big switch in really the age that we see excelling. But the second half of the year, more importantly, the last quarter of the year, we saw Cliff Prince win his first event, and now Ed Loughran, amongst all of these great rookies in our top 10 angler year, is going to have a bigger lead than anyone thought, it appears, going into the final day. Do you think maybe we're going back to some of those 50-year-old guys are actually going to be able to win a few tournaments now?
Well, since I'm talking to you, Davey Hyde, I would say, yeah, totally. That's definitely what would happen. If I was talking to Trey McKinney, I'd be like, this is a flash from the pan. It'll never last. But, no, I mean, I think that's a trend that we saw earlier in the year. But I don't think if you're on the Elite Series, you're good. Like, I mean, that's the whole thing. It was funny. We were talking again with Wes this morning. We're talking about how, like, when you look at the Elite Series, you're like, hey, I only have to finish in the top 40 to make the Classic out of 100. I mean, it shouldn't be hard. I mean, mathematically, it seems like it should be fairly simple. But when you look at the list of names, I mean, don't look at the list of names that you thought are going to catch them. Find me a list of names that you think aren't going to catch them. I mean, the Elite Series is truly an incredible collection of anglers, and because of the EQs, it gets better and better every year. But, hey, more mature anglers can catch them too. And who wouldn't love to see the barrister pull it off, you know? And to do it here, Champlain, where he made his first top 10, has a lot of history on this body of water, and I love it. I mean, the last time you would totally expect him to be all about smallmouth, but and that's what he was the last time. Found an area off to himself. Now he's doing it all with largemouth, just getting some style points. And I got to give Ed credit. I mean, missing a couple of events this year, but having a stellar season outside of those.
Dave, we're obsessing about the top position here. Of course, this is not the final day. This is not Championship Monday. The big action today is that 10 spot, and you look 10 ounces up and 10 ounces down from there, and you bring in about a dozen guys. That's where the real excitement, that's how we promote the weigh-in. I mean, we got to tune in and see what happens there, right?
That's it for sure. And one of the guys you got to keep an eye on today. Today is a critical day for Angler of the Year. I mean, I know if you follow Angler of the Year on our leaderboard, it changes every single day depending on the place they're in. But that all depends on how you finish in the tournament. Those are kind of hypothetical points until the end of the tournament. And if you look at Justin Hamner right now, with what we're seeing Jacob Foutz doing, with what we're seeing Chris Johnston doing, the guy all of a sudden that's in trouble is the dude who came in here with a 24-point lead in Angler of the Year, and that is Justin Hamner. Last I looked, I mean, he had 15 pounds, 16 pounds, and the crazy thing about him, I talked to him a bunch going into this event, talked to him the night before, and he's had 2 pretty decent days, right around 20 pounds, and he's been holding his own. But he still has not got on the fish that he had in pre-fish. He told me, I have yet to have seen him. The cool thing about Hamner is he's very honest. Like, he doesn't play a lot of games. If he's on him, he tells you, and if he's not, he tells you. And he told me going into this event, he said, the pre-fish that I had was so ridiculously strong. And then even yesterday when he weighed in, I said, hey, you survived. That was great. And he said, man, I still haven't got on to those giant smallmouth that he found in pre-fish. So I'm believing. I have faith in Hamner. I believe that he will catch him by the end of today. But if he doesn't, that's going to knot up our Angler of the Year even tighter, and it's going to make next week even more exciting. I mean, and then there's Trey McKinney in the mix too, still in the mix. So don't forget about him.
So many great stories. Thanks for all that good stuff. Dave Mercer, yet again, joining in with the show and getting ready for the weigh-in at the same time. Multitasking. Let's go ahead and get into our midday report, our Bassmaster midday report. We're going to take you out and first stop, I think we got a teaser, the first stop there. Yes, it's going to be Will Davis Jr., Sylacauga, Alabama. Great rookie season and backing it up this year.
Yeah, one thing for sure about Will Davis Jr., he has found the numbers of fish, also some quality fish. He wouldn't be in 6th place if they were all small ones, but man, the last 2 mornings he has jumped out to the front of the pack with catching numbers and getting his limit, solid limit. But the overall size just hasn't quite been as big as some of those other anglers. That's why he's in 6th place. He's going to have to maybe, and he is fishing a little shallower than a lot of these other anglers, maybe catch a largemouth or two, get him right back up there and have a chance to actually win this tournament tomorrow.
Just under 17 pounds estimate right now for Bass Track. Will Davis Jr. at this point with that much time left in the day, and that puts him 5.5, almost 5.25 pounds, I should say, behind our leader. So he would welcome any upgrades he can get at this time. Solidify a spot in that top 10. Again, that's the main job today. Robert G. Always enjoy the time we spend with him out in the water. And he started out slow today, but brought it on strong.
He really did. Started out extremely slow. Very different than Will Davis Jr. Will Davis Jr. had probably caught 4 or 5 fish before Robert G. put the first fish in the boat. But you take a look at that. The quality of fish that he is around has certainly been there. Very similar to Smith Lake. The numbers haven't been a big thing for him, but he certainly is around the right size. Then hit that flurry today about midday or so and really changed everything, where he was catching fish as often as some of these other anglers like Jacob Foutz and Chris Johnston. But Robert G staying right there would be a dangerous place to be for anyone in 5th place. Or let's say anyone in the top 10 tomorrow. I truly think, even though Ed has kind of stretched that lead out bigger than anything we thought we would see, I think anyone in that top 10 tomorrow can certainly have a chance to hold a blue trophy over their head, including Robert G.
All right, well, that is good to know. Yet another reason to pick up with us in the morning. We'll be right here on Bassmaster.com, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And as we move through our Bassmaster midday report here. Let's take a look at Chris Johnston for so much of today. It was him and Jacob Foutz back and forth for the lead there. And of course, not unexpected at all for this guy so strong up here.
Definitely not. Chris and Corey Johnston, when you talk about smallmouth, no matter where you are, certainly on the St. Lawrence River, but not just the St. Lawrence River. They are just great open water fishermen. We saw that at the Smith Lake tournament where there were spotted bass. These are two of the best in the world at open water fishing, clear water fishing. They are great with their electronics. But if you think about it, Chris and Corey have also done well up sight fishing in clear water for smallmouth bass and spotted bass. So it's not just deep water and using their electronics. They are just two of the best fishing for spotted bass and smallmouth bass. And oh, by the way, they started their career on the St. Johns River flipping reeds, and we're catching a lot of big largemouth.
No kidding.
But here's something that I think has really got us all excited. I know it has me. Chris Johnston having a great tournament here, going into that final event at the St. Lawrence River. And if he's anywhere close to having a chance to win Angler of the Year, that last event there being on the St. Lawrence River with Chris Johnston's record, he will be scary.
Chris Johnston and Jacob Foutz both concentrating fully smallmouth today. You made a great point about that. That's different from what's going to be next week, because smallmouth, that is going to be the main way to get yourself to a winning limit there. There's no big largemouth element going to happen next week.
That's exactly right. And you'll see someone next week. If we do have anyone pull away by a little bit, I'm not so sure we will, but it'll be because of those 512 smallmouth, or maybe even a little over a 6 pounder, 6.5 pounder potentially next week there on the St. Lawrence River. But Jacob Foutz, what a streak he is on. 11th check in a row he guaranteed himself when he weighed in yesterday, which is unheard of. And you know, I fished the Elite Series for a number of years. I know what a tough feat that is. I mean, that is so hard to do. Ever since the inception of the Elite Series, 2006, but it's gotten tougher and tougher. The competition stiffer and stiffer, but Jacob Foutz is on a roll like not many people have ever had before.
Chris Zaldain excited to get this day underway about 7 hours ago, because he was the man in charge. He was on top thanks to a great day number 2.
Yeah, he had us all watching every move on day number 2. Chris Zaldain fishing in a community hole at the Gut, but had the perfect win there yesterday. And it was no secret yesterday. That's not why he was the only one that caught him. It has never been a secret there, at least for the last 30 years. But what he did is figure out the right cast and the right baits. Today, different wind, different current, a lot slower for him, but he's been able to gradually upgrade little by little with some largemouth and some smallmouth. Got himself right back up there in the thick of things in second place, fishing with 60 pounds and 4 ounces.
Yes. Yes, that's why we're floating out here. I don't care if you catch them on a minnow. Not that big, but
He got and just not that long ago caught himself a 4-pounder, upgraded his situation significantly there while we were away on Live Mix.
One big deal of his 5 fish limit each day, Tommy Davey. He's had 2 largemouth each day. Today, I feel like it's going to be more like 4 largemouth, and so today largemouth helped save him.
Talk about largemouth making a difference. Here's the poster boy for that. Ed Loughran, the veteran, 30 years of fishing with the Bassmasters, and threatened to win his first elite event.
Yeah.
Running away from the field a little bit today.
Yeah, and everything's relative when we talk about these tournaments, but running away is a 3-pound lead. And like you mentioned earlier, I don't think anyone in this building thought that someone would potentially have a 3-pound lead. But the fish have to hit the scales, like Dave Mercer reminded us just earlier. But Ed Loughran, 22-15 yesterday because he had a 5'8" largemouth. Unofficially, he's at about 22 pounds today with a 5'12" largemouth. So that tells you the whole story there. Those 5.5, 5 3/4 pound largemouth bass, just like that right there, are the game changers here on Lake Champlain. And other than last year's event, it's kind of always been that way. Those 1 or 2 largemouth really change everything here on Lake Champlain.
And Ed pretty much close to the pace if you extrapolate on through day number 4 of Kyoya Fujita's big win last year. So, man, what the power of largemouth. Ed Loughran showing us how it's done out there today, and it has been a lot of fun to watch as the minutes wind down here on day number 3. Got our 50 anglers out there trying to make it to the top 10. Kyle Patrick back in the top 10. Okay, we're just getting something in now. Had some rain and some difficulties. Big patch of rain passed through not too long ago, a few minutes ago. But we just received some video. It was fed to us. We weren't able to get the first time around. Yeah. So it's Matt Robertson. And here we go.
Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh my God. I don't care about the camera. God dang.
Dude, look at that fish.
Oh.
What's going on with this thing? Well, the battery's about to die.
5. Let's see. 5. Number 5.
Let's showboat that thing for me.
Last minute 5-pounder, baby. Oh, yeah.
Boy, we just got through talking about what those 5-pound largemouth mean.
Tell me something.
What's
Is
this?
That a coal? Is that a coal, baby? Oh, yeah, it is. That's about a 3-pound coal.
Wow.
Wow. That has shaken up our leaderboard a little bit.
3-pound coal. He got rid of a 2-2.
Wow. Unbelievable. So it was Zaldain and Foutz back and forth together at the top of the leaderboard today. Ed Loughran crashes their party, and then Matt Robertson sort of semi-crashes in there in second place.
I'll say it. I talked to both guys last night. Ed had weighed in 7 of 10 fish were largemouth. Matt Robertson, 6 of his 10 fish were largemouth today. Almost all of them are going to be largemouth again, and now they have created some separation.
Oh man, some good stuff going on out there, and we've got some fishing time left in our day. Yeti hot seat now, though, is the outside looking in. Sitting there is Brandon Lester, right behind him, Greg DePalma, Caleb Sumrall, and Seth Fider. Be right back. Bassmaster Elite Series Tackle Warehouse Elite from Lake Champlain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. As it stands right now, less than an hour's fishing time for all of our 50, well, not all of our, for first flight of our 50 anglers, 2 flights in there. Depending on travel time, for the first flighters, maybe significantly less than an hour's fishing time. So no time like the present to make an upgrade or two, improve your position, shore up your spot in the top 10 if you can. Take you out on the water right now. Sitting in 6th place currently, Robert G. Robert G's been a busy man the last 30 minutes for sure. Lots of keepers.
I think he made a location change on the lake.
He did on us. Yes, he did. He went somewhere it was a little bit sunny.
Yeah. Hope he just found these fish today, or he's been saving them. But
and that's the biggest thing is the opportunity to cull up once you hit a certain number. It seems like you're at a wall here on Champlain compared to last year where I could sift through enough and catch a 4.5, 5-pounder, but this year it's like you're just stuck at a number.
18 plus. It's really tough.
I know I've mentioned this, but it's so similar to St. Lawrence, but just the opposite. You hit that wall with largemouth at the St. Lawrence.
Yeah.
You get to 17, it's just like, 17 and a half. Finally.
Forever. All those fish caught in 30 minutes, and not a one of them was able to cull with. That's that wall they're talking about. You're alive now, Robert G.
You can tell by his action of his rod, he is looking at one, yep.
That might help.
Just swinging those 3 3/4 right on over in the boat. They don't jump in. Late in the day, he'll just swing them in.
Yeah.
He's thick-boned. Just be 3.5, buddy. No, no, no.
3.7. $3.10.
Hey, chill. He's gonna help.
Tell me 3.8.
Keep us in
Heck yeah.
suspense.
I gotta figure out which one I need to throw back.
Ed Loughran snuck one in on us. He had 143. He caught a 3.7 to get up to 21.10, 3-ounce cull.
All right, Robert G, got to get a little bit out of that. We understand he wouldn't give us that weight there, but we figure it was somewhere around 3.5. Now here's
I'm doing that right now.
Schmidt broken down, and there's Chris Zaldain, who was right in the thick of things here.
Will.
Wow. Got that development.
So Chris Zaldain is due in at 3 o'clock. I assume Brian Schmidt I believe he was below 25th though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he might have been.
So he would have a later check-in time, but when you're
can't be a
asking for a
chooser.
ride, you can't be too choosy.
15 minutes different.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So he'll potentially lose 15 minutes of fishing time. Chris is moving his fish all over to one side, and Brian Schmidt putting his in. Oh, what a nice guy Chris is. He's even putting some formula in there for him.
Man, oh man.
I mean, he might have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich waiting on him. Who knows?
I want to see Schmidt make this next jump between the boats now. Don't do that with 2 4-pounders.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, that's a good point.
And we got to remember Zaldain's still.
Oh shoot! Hold on.
Still in the running to win this tournament and be
definitely in the running to win the tournament, and he needs to be in 15 minutes before Schmidt. So
about 50 minutes right now.
That's why he is a little more urgent than.
Davey, would you?
18?
Oh, I absolutely would.
Back in the day, that's kind of the
Absolutely
code.
would what?
Of
Take a hike or?
He said depends who it is.
All good, brother.
Honestly, this is what makes you be proud to be involved in our sport.
Yeah.
I don't know of a single angler that wouldn't do this.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
Chris has proven that he's doing it, but
So I went back in, they said they fixed it.
Wasn't fixed.
Right.
they've got
Brian Schmidt now doing a lot better than he was 10 minutes before.
That's true.
It deflates.
I'm curious how he saw him
You're
in
3
there.
o'clock, right? Okay.
That's the marina real close to where Chris has caught a lot of his fish.
Yeah.
At that drawbridge. But with Brian in there with his boat tied up.
Thing's backflowing, man.
Oh, so Chris is going to fish.
Yeah, I don't think that Schmidt can fish.
He can't.
Yes. He
can't
Yeah,
fish.
he can't, so yes.
Chris can, but
Yes.
Schmidt cannot.
That was we saw that in 2017 happen, and I think that was the last of that fishing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoop.
we're gonna. Yeah.
Hear that music. Would it be helping your partner out in the power pole replay today? No, I don't think so.
A late day 5-pounder? That's in the running.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here.
Okay.
That's a difference maker.
I mean, a 512 from Ed Loughran could be thrown in there too.
God, it's a giant.
5-pounder.
Oh my
Matt
God.
Robertson. late in the day. I guess it makes it more dramatic, and that's why this gets the.
He goes from being out of it to second place.
All the way up to second place late in the day.
God dang. Dude, look at that fish.
5-pounder.
Oh, what's going on with this thing?
Robertson. Gosh, yesterday about mid-morning, he was not even talked about in the top.
Tell me something.
20 or 30, and then he made that run yesterday afternoon, and look at that.
Oh, yeah, it is.
What a goal. Matt Robertson, late day 5-pounder, Power Pro replay of the day.
That was clutch. Matt Robertson looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series blue trophy. A big step in that direction there. We have one more day to go to get it all decided. It's going to position him for a good start on Championship Monday. Chris Zaldain, hats off to him for a good deed. No doubt about that.
They've got some time, but they got a little ride in front of them from where he got Brian Schmidt in the boat with him. Does look like the wind has calmed some, though.
Maybe Zaldain will get rewarded with a 4.5 or 5-pounder.
Could be.
If not today, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
Would you have asked the guy on day 3, like, hey, Schmidt, what do you have? Do you think you're in the top 10? Because I'll leave you here if you are. If you're in 15th, I'll bring you in, you know.
I would usually wait. He started putting his fish over in the live well, and he's like, no, I got to go.
I
thought I had time, but
Sir, we're full.
Did you just hear that? I just heard the alarm's going off. I got to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. We're closed, sir. Sorry.
Don't mind giving someone a ride that's got less fish than me, but when they start putting those 5-pounders in there, it's like, oh, buddy, you're on your own. Put them right on back over there, your boat. You know, honestly, we joke about it, but
he'd have given him the ride.
These anglers are fierce competitors, but they're not going to. They look
man out there. No.
I think they all believe in karma. One day you might need that ride. The one thing that would be interesting, though, if Chris does catch a 4.5-pounder there on his spot, if Brian Schmidt would start there tomorrow.
I was with you. I was here when you were fishing.
Yeah.
I was
here yesterday.
I was here yesterday. No. I do think Schmidt's happy to come back in because he is rock solid on this body of water, and it would be he's one of the guys not on Bass Track. By the looks of it, 5 largemouth. He might finish in the top 20.
What a record he has here.
Showing some pictures of one of our anglers out there is a kayak champion. Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series with the Bassmasters, and of course that's GDP.
Got it done on Gunnersville, his first ever one.
Absolutely. It's a growing segment of the sport. Lots of fun, getting a lot of people into catching big bass in a competitive atmosphere. Just finished up a big tournament out in the Susquehanna River. Got one coming up at Caddo Lake there near Shreveport, Louisiana. Click on the QR code and find out more. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Hey, if you get a little time, this is something you can do really quick that might have a terrific outcome. Just snap the QR code there and get in on the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. You've seen the new 2024 redesign of the Tacoma, and of course its legendary performance, reliability, the resale value. Oh, to be an owner of one of those would be a fine thing, a wonderful thing, and you can register now. Daily if you want to, all the way to September 19th. So get in on that, the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. Get the QR code and get yourself going on that. We have a little bit of time left in our coverage today. Ronnie Moore?
Tommy, appreciate you. I've signed up for that 5-6 times, and then I found out I'm not eligible to win it. But as we're bringing into the
still legal to sign up.
Bassmaster Studios, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, and last year we saw Champlain, and it was a little different, vastly different than what we expected and what we had seen previously. A lot of those suspended smallmouth, they were bigger. A lot of areas were very similar, anglers on top of each other, and this year, much different. This is the Champlain we expect, and so when I was looking at the Lakemaster mapping from, some of our key leaders and areas, we're going to have 6 or 7 different regions on Champlain represented. And one big deal and difference that I noticed was a lot of these anglers, especially the ones we have their feeds, Jacob Foutz, Chris Johnston, guys like that, they're in that 35 to 45 range for the most part. Chris Johnston talked about getting out in that 50, but a lot of these special areas that these anglers are fishing, these longer stretches, the contours that connect to the bank are a little bit wider. They spread out. You see a lot of these yellows, the teens to 25, 30-foot range, and then the 30 to 55-foot range. We're seeing a lot of anglers ride that yellow to light blue range that I'm showing here, which is that 35 to 45 range, compared to last year where a lot of anglers were out over 60, 70 feet of water over into the dark blue, as we'd say of it. So Lakemaster mapping, we showed you a couple key areas, and we're going to go and show you more tomorrow for our top 10. And so that is some Lakemaster mapping for you guys.
Appreciate that.
Stuff.
Very good. Very good. Oh, that fascinating place.
Shows you where to fish, but like I mentioned, it's big key to being able to navigate and not tear up your equipment. It's showing those rocky humps that are all over Lake Champlain that a lot of them do not have buoy markers on.
Yeah, you need to know about that, that's for sure. Valuable tool. Get out to Chris Johnston now. Chris doing his best to hang in there, make upgrades as the day goes on. The more weight he gets, the harder that becomes to do.
The wind forecast for tomorrow, have we talked about that?
We have not talked about that yet.
I think that's going to be a big factor for some of these.
I think it caught me by surprise today how much the wind got up.
Yeah,
I can tell you for sure.
Especially with the drone shot this morning at takeoff when it looked relatively calm on the New York side, and then it started to build.
Yeah.
Threatening to go in any moment to Chris. Here we go.
Thanks for coming out. He ain't gonna cut it.
Catching fish after fish.
Fish after
no
fish.
help.
This is
no help.
Get back in.
It's not for lack of trying. He is putting them in the boat, and they are just not measuring up to live well status.
Davey, mostly west winds tomorrow, maybe topping out at 9-10 miles an hour.
Okay.
On Weather Channel.
That'll be great.
Let's get it out to Robert G. Another visit. We got time before we have to wrap it up here in a few minutes.
He's gone and done it. He said tops out at 9 or 10, so that means we are doomed. He's been accurate, but topped out, that means, it's got to stay down there.
The westerly direction is
that's favorable.
Good also.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Wow. Surely this is going to help. That looked like a hammer.
Gee, mighty task took on today, climbing up. Well, first dropping down into the 20s, but climbing back out, and he has done it well. His hand looked like a pro, which he is. I think this one's got his interest.
Yes.
That's why. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Hands are raw.
Yeah, if that one doesn't help him,
You ought to bump him up
He's
a couple
doing good.
places.
Please help. My help.
Oh, we got another.
It can't be this fish, right? It's got to be something from the past, right?
Okay.
Power pole.
Okay. We did hotly debate this, Davey, but I think this is the make good for sure.
Ed Loughran. Power pole replay of the day. Big ol' almost Ticonderoga.
Yeah.
I bet he's got a friend who lives all the way
he's
down
probably
to
got folks
Ticonderoga.
down in Ticonderoga.
Closest angler we've had on camera all week to Ticonderoga. Ed Loughran, 5-pound, 12-ounce largemouth bass. Power pole replay today put him in the lead. Might go back-to-back days. The first 2 weigh-ins his family's ever been to back-to-back. Heaviest weights he's ever weighed in for Ed Loughran.
What does that tell you? That's some good stuff.
I mean, you got to be power pole replay today when you do that.
Loughran, I think, maybe I think it's Gaelic for lake man. Loch is a lake in Ireland, so
I
it's all adding up
Tommy
here.
would
It's
know
all
that.
coming together.
Only Tommy would
Maybe
know
I'm
that.
wrong, but we would like to think that's true, and it may well be. But Ed Loughran with the lead at the end of our fishing time today. There's still a little time left, and of course the weigh-in going to start shortly here, so make sure you don't forget about that. We have seen some great efforts today. So lots of volatility up and down that leaderboard, and of course, and the 10 who make it to tomorrow, to Championship Monday, have our admiration. They will have earned it out there today.
What you think? Smallmouth or largemouth? I think it's going to come down to that tomorrow.
Oh, man. Largemouth looks pretty strong at this point. You'd have to say, looking at the top of the leaderboard.
Don't care about the
And looking at
camera.
this late catch.
Oh, dang.
What a clutch largemouth from Matt Robertson to put himself into second place.
So many fish in this lake, but not a lot of them over 5 pounds, and those are the game changers.
Weigh-in starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, that's right about now. And we'll be back with you tomorrow for the full 7 hours of coverage of Championship Monday. That's right here on Bassmaster.com. Our coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Right here, Bassmaster.com, the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from Champlain.